Good morning and welcome to the opening session of the Digital Education Stakeholder Forum. I'm Sean Klein. I'm going to be your Master of Ceremonies for today. Thank you so much for joining us from all over Europe, and thanks for your patience just at the beginning there as well. So what is this forum? Well, it is the first major European event on digital education organized by that digital technology is at the heart of education and training throughout, and very importantly, that it can be accessed and used by everyone. Now, you can follow the forum on the Beyond Hub platform if you're a registered participant, or via the live stream on the European Education Area portal. So what is today's forum? Well, the Digital Education Action Plan has been up and running for about a year now. So now, together, we want to find out how digital education is being introduced and used across the whole of Europe. We want to talk about the policies and practices and how they need to evolve. We want to encourage all of you to share your experiences, and we'll be hearing a lot about those in the course of the forum. And we want to reach out to other organizations and people for whom digital education is crucial. Because let's remind ourselves that the Digital Education Action Plan, the overriding objective is to support the sustainable and effective adaptation of EU member states' education systems to the digital age, an absolutely key role. So who's going to be joining us today? Well, we're going to have policymakers at European and national level, people using digital education on a day-to-day basis, and academics who study it as well. We'll have teachers, students, and school leaders, and many people from civil society and business around Europe. We're going to be joined, in fact, by you, of course, 300 or so people from around Europe, and I think 30+ countries are represented with us at the forum today. Thank you so much for being with us. It's very much your day. And also just to remind everybody that we want to be communicating with each other, and we're going to do this in the time-honored way using social media. And we've created some hashtags for you to communicate with us and with each other. Those hashtags, a couple of them, are DEAP, which stands for the Digital Education Action Plan, DEAP. And the second one is Digital Ed Forum. Hashtag Digital Ed Forum, one word. So please use those on social media and keep tweeting and using them so that we're going to be coming back to them and having a look at what you've been saying on several occasions throughout the day. So on today's agenda, we're going to have some short films. We'll have a couple of inspirational keynote speeches, interactive sessions, one of those coming up in just a moment, some lively panel discussions for sure, and then this afternoon, a positive smorgasbord of parallel sessions involving us all. Very much looking forward to those. And together, the plan is that we're going to listen, learn, and link up with new contacts. So if you're a registered participant and you have any questions, you can ask them using the Ask Me Anything function, which you'll see on your screen. And our team will answer your questions during the lunch break and throughout the parallel sessions this afternoon. And also take a look at the buttons on the screens and have a look at the resources pages that we've prepared for you. Plenty of information about the forum, about the action plan, and much, much more besides. So please take a look at that. Lots of information for you. So now we're going to watch a short film together which looks at the role of digital education in the education process and the opportunities it brings and the challenges it faces so that we know how to deal with those challenges. It's very much a user-generated film. It's therefore very much the voice of the digital education community. We've collected the clips that are in the film ahead of today's forum, of course. We were absolutely inundated with clips, so thank you very much for that. But sadly, not everybody's got into the film. But in any event, thank you very much for taking part.
Vor Ort zu sein. me oggi nel 2022 non sarebbe proprio il caso di parlare del ruolo, in quanto ormai il digitale pervade ogni aspetto della vita.
En mi opinión, el uso de las tecnologías en mi colegio es una gran oportunidad de poder aprender de formas diferentes y divertidas.
Desde la perspectiva de una alumna, creo que nos ayudan a autogestionarnos y sobre todo que nos dan la oportunidad de tener al alcance de la mano un montón de contenido y de material que al final nos dan más seguridad y nos permiten prepararnos mejor para clases y exámenes.
Къде е трудността? Къде са новите специалисти, които да могат да създават съдържание във виртуална, добавена реалност и да може образователната система наистина да заработи на нови обороти?
C'est une certitude. Les apprentissages personnalisés permettent d'améliorer considérablement les apprentissages.
Educational leaders need to support the development of teachers' digital competence. Not all teachers need to be on the same competence level. It is okay that some are on basic level and some are innovators.
Pour moi, le numérique à l'école n'est pas une révolution. C'est seulement le moyen par lequel l'enseignant peut guider ses élèves vers un processus d'apprentissage autonome.
Wyzwaniem jest dogonić rozwój tych technologii. Nowych narzędzi trzeba się nauczyć, trzeba je sprawdzić i wdrożyć. Wielką szansą jest zatem położenie nacisku na doświadczenia użytkowników, tak by nawet najbardziej skomplikowane narzędzia były proste dla każdego.
I see the digital technologies as a gateway to the future of education. They can make the whole learning process more organized and efficient.
Goodness me, what a fantastic contribution that everybody made there. Thanks so much. And apologies if you didn't make it into the film, but who knows, maybe there'll be a sequel to that. But thank you so much. I hope you found that inspiring. Now, it's time for you to interact. We're going to use the Q&A box on the right-hand side of your screen, or if you're watching on the live stream, you can use the QR code that you'll see to log in as well. The idea is we have a question for you, and once we get your answers, we're going to build what's called a word cloud, and that will create an idea of what everybody is thinking and the priorities that people have. So you can perhaps see the question on your screen in a moment. Here we go. The question is, when you think of digital education, what comes to mind? When you think of digital education, what comes to mind? Now you can start putting in your words. I see someone's already jumped in there, which is fantastic. Start putting in those words. Try not to be too influenced by what you're seeing just at the moment, because they're your colleagues' words, but have a little think, pop in a word there, and slowly we will watch the word cloud grow. It's getting bigger, preferably one word, two maximum, I guess. And then the idea is that the largest word, in other words, the biggest priority, will appear as the largest word in the middle of the word cloud. It looks like a brain developing, and I can almost see all of your brains working, which is great. Good, we're getting lots of different ideas there, and it's very clear that certain ideas are very much at the fore of people's minds. So yes, we'll give you another 20 seconds or so. My goodness, that cloud is really building up. Lots of different ideas coming up there. So remember, when you think of digital education, what comes to mind? It's great to see everybody taking part. Lots and lots of different ideas, all important. The ones that are the largest are the ones that the most people are using. And I think we'll give it another 10 seconds, and then we will have a snapshot of what those of you who've popped words into the system are thinking. Thanks so much for doing this as well. Okay, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we'll end it there. Let's just go back to that screen so that we can see. Can we go back to the screen so that we can see the word cloud? Excellent. Okay, so there we have the main ideas. And interesting, right in the middle there is innovation, clearly very important. And other ideas as well, digital balance, flexibility, accessibility, which is one that came up right at the beginning. So you can see there, and you can have a little think about what your colleagues around the whole of Europe are thinking should be part of digital education. Thank you so much for getting involved in that. We're going to do some more of these exercises later on, and very much this is your day, so we want you to participate, be involved in using the social media hashtags and other exercises like that. Thank you very much indeed. So, thank you so much for taking part. So I am delighted that today we have with us the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. Maria Gabriel's CV is certainly extremely impressive. But perhaps most importantly for this forum, I should draw your attention to her work on the Digital Education Action Plan, which we've already alluded to, Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, and the European Year of Youth, to name but a few projects. Maria Gabriel and her team very much set the direction of education policy from the European perspective. And today is your chance to hear some of her thoughts on digital education, and I'm delighted to say that she's also going to be taking part in a couple of sessions throughout the forum, so plenty of chance to hear more of her ideas. I know that this forum, both for the Commissioner and indeed for all of us, is a very key moment to hear exactly how digital education is working across Europe. Commissioner Gabriel, it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to you.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first European Digital Education Stakeholder Forum, Making Education and Training Fit for the Digital Age. I'm delighted to see you all here today. Partners and stakeholders from the public and private sector, teachers and students, academics and policymakers from all over Europe. This event marks an important milestone for digital education in Europe. 2 years ago, the European education community faced a difficult challenge. We had to make sure every learner had the means to continue learning despite staying home. We needed teachers and learners to become proficient in using new tools, to become used to a new learning environment. The Digital Education Action Plan addressed this challenge. It was and remains a blueprint for inclusive, effective, high-quality digital education across Europe. At the outset of the plan, we focused on the impact of the pandemic on education systems. Millions of learners had to switch to online learning. Teachers needed guidance. So many families did not have the equipment nor the digital competencies to support the learning of their children. So we focused on building resilience, supporting digital skills so that education could continue. I'm proud of what we have done and what you, our stakeholder community, have helped us accomplish. But our job is not done. This event wouldn't be much of a milestone if the road were to simply end. Digital education has a much broader potential than simply distance learning. It can be used to make learning more relevant and engaging, more targeted to each learner's needs. It is a fundamental tool to prepare our young people to be knowledgeable, confident, and critical citizens in the new century. Most of all, it can be shaped to fit the needs of each learner, from disadvantaged backgrounds to special needs, not forgetting especially gifted children, because digital tools have the potential to act as an attention and force multiplier for teachers and educators. This path we are on, European Union, member states and stakeholders, is a path towards a long-term, sustainable digital transformation of education and training. This is a path built for and with our stakeholders, with all of you, as today's event clearly shows. On our journey, we have plenty of resources ready, we have treated solid ground behind us, and we have a well-mapped road ahead. First, resources. I'm happy to say we have plenty of resources for digital education. In fact, never has this sector been so central, both at European level and in member states, both in policies and investments. Last September, during the State of the Union, President von der Leyen called for top-level attention on this. And so, together with several of my fellow commissioners, I launched the Structured Dialogue on Digital Education and Skills. And this initiative demonstrates our commitment. We want digital transformation to be integrated, coherent, and more ambitious. And we want to bring together different sectors of government, as well as the private sector, our social partners, and civil society. Yet deeds must follow words. And when it comes to investments, the messages from member states are very clear. Digital is a key pillar in education for almost all national recovery and resilience plans. A third of the total spending on education goes to it. This is more than 13 billion euros for infrastructure, teacher training, online content, upskilling and reskilling. In addition, we secured support for the digital transition and for the development of digital skills across the different European funding programs. Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, the Digital Europe program, the Cohesion Funds, the Connecting Europe facility. All of them offer opportunities that education and training institutions, civil society, the public and the private sector can leverage. These resources were instrumental in getting us here, which gets to my second point. We are not starting from scratch. To support our teachers, we started developing 2 sets of guidelines. One on the use of artificial intelligence and data in teaching and learning. The other on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy through education. These guidelines were supported by 2 groups of leading experts, and they will be presented in time for the new school year 22-23. We also officially launched the Selfie for Teachers tool, which helps primary and secondary teachers improve how they use digital technologies in the classroom. The main tool, Selfie, already reached 2 million users. And for these and for those teachers that want to develop digital pedagogies even further, we have created the Erasmus+ Teacher Academies. At the same time, we have supported education systems as a whole. We supported the community by enabling so many amazing, forward-looking projects through the Erasmus+ program. These project experiences will be valuable to anyone adapting their institutions to technologies like artificial intelligence or blockchain, for example. We also collected a great deal of insight for the first 2 years of COVID. And so we adopted a Council recommendation on blended learning approaches to achieve the goal of high quality and inclusive primary and secondary education. Together we agreed that there should be no one single approach to the learning process and that blending different modalities, digital and non-digital, can help building more resilient education and training systems. Lastly, responding to the demand for wider inclusion and engagement of the community, we laid down the foundation of the Digital Education Hub. The hub brings together the different stakeholders in the public and private sectors, in research, policy and practice, fostering a real community of practice. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where we find ourselves. But leading to my third point, we have a well-mapped road ahead. We plan to propose 2 Council recommendations resulting from our work in the structured dialogue. With the first, we'll address the key enablers in digital education. This means connectivity, equipment, teacher training, or the role of assistive technologies. These enablers are fundamental for fair access, independent from socioeconomic status or the rural-urban divide. With the second proposal, we want to improve the provision of digital skills in education. We want to make a key contribution in reaching the digital decade targets. This means supporting the expansion of the provision of digital skills in schools from an early age. So these two Council recommendations will be essential of establishing a shared understanding of digital education in Europe. We'll consult broadly on those: the member state, the private sector, civil society, and of course the education and training community. All of this while we continue to work on priority issues like gender equality. Always have in mind our project Girls Go Circular, because we are going and we have some step ahead of us. You'd like not only to have 40,000 training for girls, but we would like to reach an additional 10,000 female students through this digital and entrepreneurship education action. So, dear friends, digital transformation in education is here to stay. Our duty is to ensure that it is inclusive, effective, and sustainable. And this is a task for a whole community, which is why we are all here. Today, we'll hear about challenges and opportunities for digital education. We'll see concrete results and we'll look at plans for the future. Most importantly, we'll learn from each other, building on the great diversity of Europe and the humanistic values we share. And we work towards a future where digital education is simply called education and is available to all. I look forward to the discussions and wish you all a great event. Thank you.
Commissioner Gabriel, thank you so much for those inspiring words and for that tour d'horizon of all the work that is already going on and making digital education a reality, thanks to you and your team and to everybody that's already participating. So thank you so much. And I'm delighted to say that the Commissioner is going to stay with us for a little bit longer during today to participate in some of the other sessions as well. So plenty more from her. Thank you very much for all your time, Commissioner. So it now gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Perttu Pölönen. Now, he is an award-winning inventor, a futurist, a composer, an author of a book about future skills, and a developer of a digital technology for education app, including in Myanmar. So we could hardly have a more qualified and inspirational keynote speaker to kick us off this morning. Perttu Pölönen, the floor is yours.
For this great opportunity and for the great introduction. Now, my name is Perttu, or Perttu. I'm from Finland. I'm happy to talk to you about the digital education future landscape. Now, so, let's begin. And I just want to double check that you can see my slides in the back. And we are then ready to go. Yes, great. So let me first give you a couple of examples from the world. Some inspiring examples how digital education has changed students' lives. Now, this guy is called Sebastian Thrun. He is a professor at Stanford. He has been teaching AI for students for a long time. And he's very popular, so popular that not even all students can attend his classes because the room is not big enough. So he was thinking that, well, this is a pity. Not everybody who would want to join can do that. So let's put it online. Just let's try and see what happens. And this was way before we were used to doing these online seminars and conferences. So he was among the first ones to do this. Now, when the word got out that one of the best in the world from Stanford is teaching about these things, AI, people got very excited, interested in this. And so that people from all around the world joined. Now, when the first lecture started, guess how many people wanted to hear what Sebastian had to say? Now, there were 162,000 people who came to listen to his lecture. Now, obviously, Sebastian was quite confused, like this is something he was not expecting, But he did not change the way he taught. He did everything as he had done before and went through the course as normal. Now, at the end of the course, though, he started to think, all those people, have they learned anything? Because I don't have any connection with them. I don't see them. I don't know them. Has this been effective or not? So he decided to make a test and send it to everybody. And what he doesn't tell is that he makes the test a bit more difficult than normally, because when you have so many people, he wants to find the best of the best. So the students, the people who take the test, he gets the results back. And among about like 200 people got everything correct, 100% right. And when Sebastian went through that list, like who were these people? To his surprise, none of them were from Stanford. So all of these people, just because they got access to this material, they became experts. They became very skilled AI experts in this field. And when Sebastian calculated like all those students who got an A, or like the perfect best number, there were more of these exceptional students altogether than the students he has taught in his lifetime. So when normally about 5-10% maybe get the best score, now he was able to produce more A students in the world just for making it online. Now, Sebastian was so frustrated, or at least it made him think that he quit and left from Stanford, because he was thinking, well, I can do something much more in the world. Like I can really help people all around the world, not just in the lecture hall of Stanford. So what happened? He co-founded a company which is called Udacity, which works so that they ask, big tech companies, for example, in Silicon Valley, what kind of, people do you need at the time? Like, what is the need? And based on the answers, Sebastian and his team, they developed this kind of mini degree from 3 to 6 months it takes to complete it. And after that, you can apply for a job. Now, obviously, when they have been educated into fields that, are very much in need, they get most of the jobs they apply for, because employees know that Sebastian has taught them, that Sebastian knows what he's doing. But the interesting thing here is that the business model is actually quite unique, or at least intelligent, because when you go to study with Sebastian and do this mini degree, obviously it costs quite a lot of money. It's not free. But if you don't get a job 6 months after graduating, after getting this mini degree done, they return all the money to you if you don't get a job. So if for some reason this mini degree doesn't work for you and you cannot get forward, you won't lose anything in this exchange. So there's kind of a guarantee that if you come to study for us or with us, you'll get a job, and if not, you'll get all your money back. So just imagine what this will do when all the people around the world get online and we can, give them access to these materials. I mean, we've never been so independent from learning education institutions that we are now. Always before, we've needed to have the professor or the school, the right degree or right school in our surroundings, in our country, in our language, in our village or city. And this is quite interesting to see what will happen when we give this freedom to students to really choose what they want to study and where and how and when. So obviously Udacity is just one among many of them. Udemy is one that is very interesting, because there's just so much material. Imagine if you'd had access to, or imagine when you have access to over 100,000 videos where there are people who, with passion, they explain things to you. I got an ad on Instagram a while back from Udemy saying that now the mechanics class is now only $7. So click here if you want to attend. And if you can get like hours and hours of good quality material worth a hamburger meal, and you can study mechanics, this is quite interesting to see what will happen in the long run when we have these possibilities. But now, let me give another example. This is mostly, of course, for older students and older people, but there's something for young people as well. Now, check this out. oops, the slide should change. Let me just check it works. Here. So intelligent toys. This is Cognitoys. It's a project, actually right now it's not available, but a couple of years ago they did this experiment where they put IBM Watson supercomputer, it was connected to this Cognitoys dinosaur via Bluetooth, which means that when you gave this to a child, let's say a 6-year-old, and they were playing with this toy, they were playing with a supercomputer, and the dinosaur was able to talk. So when the child kind of realized that the dinosaur can, answer questions, like they can have a dialogue, the child started to ask all kinds of questions, like why is the sky blue? And what is electricity? Or, why are dinosaurs not here anymore? Whatever a young person might ask. And being a supercomputer, this dinosaur, obviously it scanned through different sources, Wikipedia, different places online, and was able to come up with a simple, short, beautiful answer, usually a couple of sentences. And basically the dinosaur gave answers to any questions this young person ever could have, possibly. And imagine if, let's say, a 5-year-old child plays with this toy for 2 years and then goes to the first, class, first grade at school. What has he or she already learned with this dinosaur? Because obviously this child doesn't feel like I'm at school. He or she is just curious, just naturally wants to ask questions. But now that they can get answers so quickly, this will change the way we get information, we learn, we can kind of get the gratification for our instant needs when it comes to education. So I think this is very, very interesting. And this also changes the perspective or maybe the role of educators, teachers, parents, because this dinosaur has read all the newest publications around the world last night, all the 1,000 new papers published. Parents haven't. So when you ask something from the dinosaur, it's up to date, its knowledge. And there are questions where it's actually better to ask the dinosaur because it has the facts straight, whereas parents or teachers are trying to recollect from their memory. But obviously this dinosaur doesn't look the child into the eye or doesn't, pat him or her on the back or doesn't really, they lack the human element. So it doesn't replace teachers or parents, obviously not. But as an option to kind of boost the young person's learning, or at school, if you had one of these and one teacher, what is the kind of collaboration? What does it look like? Very, very, very interesting. Now, a couple of other examples that I've worked on, just to give an example how it's the best time ever to be an entrepreneur in the education space. When I was 15, I was struggling with music theory and I didn't get it. It was difficult, scales and chords. And I felt like, something needs to change. And I was a bit naive. I was 15, so I thought, I'm going to reinvent music. And maybe if I was older, I would never have started. But as a 15-year-old, I thought I can do that. So I started, making out different, ideas. Like I started to explore, and I end up with this invention that is on the picture. So a wheel that you can roll across the keyboard. And it turned into a startup, and I created an app that is now available. And every now and then, teachers from different parts of the world send me, questions and comments about this. And I was 18 when all of this happened. I was 15 when I invented it. But just as an example, one person's struggle helps people that I never met, I've never, talked with, but who are struggling with the same thing. So this would have never been possible without the platform, without the phone. So it is really the golden age of learning we're living in. Another example could be what was mentioned earlier as well. So this project in Myanmar, 360 Ed. So when I met a teacher from Myanmar, we were thinking we should collaborate somehow. We should do something with the new technology. And we ended up creating virtual reality and augmented reality apps for education in Southeast Asia. So as an example, we have digitalized physics, biology, mathematics, ABC for children, even music, into this augmented reality card decks. Let me just explain how it works. So you take a card, like on the right, and when you scan the card with your phone, the object becomes alive. Meaning you can rotate it, you can zoom it, you can do all kind of things with it. So for example, with periodic table in chemistry, you see the different levels, virtually, like 3D, different qualities there. And what we've learned is that it's very effective, at least with children, because they are able to rotate the heart, for example, they are studying. They can rotate the molecule they're studying. They can rotate the dog. Just little children want to see different angles of it and then pronounce it the right way. So a completely new dimension to what education could be like. And especially in places like Myanmar or in other developing nations where there are certain big challenges, we noticed that actually this could be a big leap forward, because the traditional ways of just improving what's already in place is not effective enough. For example, in Myanmar, when there's the army government who's been controlling education for decades, it would have been a very slow way to actually bring about a change. But this way, we were able to really give people access to these materials through their phones that most of them had a couple of years ago already. So what is this all leading us to? What is the kind of, what will come out of this? What will change is the path, how we will go on from now on. What is our future, work-life path? What does it look like? Traditionally, it has gone something like this. So we go through the same classes, same materials. We do this, our path looks alike. So we do things at the same time. And this was nice because we were able to give instructions and kind of rules. If you do this, you will get this. If you study this, you will get this job. And we had kind of security. With our own choices, we can affect where we will end up. Now, this will be different in the future, obviously. Our future work life will look something like this. We are not going to go the same path, all of us, because now that we have more freedom, we can re-educate ourselves a bit there. We can hop on to a different job there. We know that the work life is going to be shattered. In other words, there's going to be more micro entrepreneurship. Gig economy is on the rise. At the time, the trends say that work life is going to get polarized into good or well paid and not so well paid jobs. So it will be much more uncertain. But we at the same time have possibilities to really change our career path because of these digital means. But what this kind of requires from us is the ability to be okay with the uncertainty. Now, if you get a degree, you don't have any guarantee that you will have a job in 10 or 20 years. World will change in that time so much that there's just no guarantee. So we need to kind of be okay with the fact that we cannot predict even 3 or 5 years ahead. Nobody can say what will the work life look like or the education life, because things are happening so fast at the time. So this requires very kind of good, strong sense of identity. Who am I? What could I do? I am not my job, but I'm something more. I have some skills, I have purpose. We need to work on these identity-related questions quite a lot in order to survive in this fast-changing environment. So my final question, my final point to make for you all is this. We need to ask this question in the future, day after day. What can I get from you that I can't get from Google? So why would I come to you and not turn to a bot, to some machine, some robot? What is the role of physical, environment, workplace, education? What can I get from you that I can't get online? So we need to also, to kind of counterbalance this trend, we need to develop the human element. So what I can get from you that I can't get from Google is, for example, the eye contact I mentioned. I can hug somebody. I have warmth. I have a presence. I breathe. Google or the machine doesn't breathe. Google has all the information in the world, but it doesn't frankly care about me or somebody else. So we need to kind of not just go through the digital way and kind of glorify that too much, we need to also remember the human elements. Those will only increase in value the more digital we will go. So in other words, the more digitalized or more technological our societies will become, the more humane they should also become. But at this point, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope I was able to spark some thoughts for all of you. I say thank you, and we can go to questions.
Perttu, thank you so much for that really inspiring, fascinating. You've raised some extremely important points, obviously, looked into the future and given us some important things to think about. And I certainly know two youngsters who would love the thought of the supercomputer dinosaur. Might like it myself, actually, but and something similar as well. And I totally understand what you're saying. So let's just have a little chat a bit about a couple more details, I suppose, in broad terms. So where do you think that digital technology needs to focus now moving forward so that we can improve Europe's education using that digital technology, making sure that everybody has access and is involved?
Yes, I would actually continue on the last point I was making, the stress about the human elements. So right now, we can see that the soft skills, humane aspects are becoming more and more important. But right now, with the traditional ways of measuring one's skills with tests and scores and degrees, this becomes a challenge. How can we measure, for example, creativity? How can we measure perseverance? How can we measure or make a test for compassion? So it's a bit difficult. So if it's possible somehow to boost these skills through or with digital means, that would be a huge, huge step forward. If not, then we just have to remember that these skills need kind of, we need to focus on them as well. We cannot forget them. So I would say that, we have incredible tools now at hand, but we have to be careful that we use those tools as well as we really can. So technology doesn't solve all problems, obviously, but we need to be obviously courageous enough to try, but also not forget the human in the equation.
Lee, you started us off on the course there as well at the very end of your talk, looking to the future. I want to have a blue sky moonshot moment. Let's look to 2050. What's the world going to look like in terms of digital education in 2050? You're going to be there. I don't know whether I will. It'd be nice to. But what's it going to look like? How are we going to be using technology? Is it possible? You're a futurist. Is it possible to even imagine what that might look like?
It's very difficult. And I mean, obviously, at this point, it's just guesses we can throw in the air. But the more we understand about the brain, for example, what parts are getting activated when you are compassionate or empathetic or so, maybe, and this is just a blue sky thought, we could be able to teach these soft skills with some kind of brain installations that activate those parts so we can kind of mimic. This is what compassion feels like. This is what happens when you take a risk. This is what happens when you are feeling courageous. So this could be kind of very out there, that we can kind of stimulate learning so that it's very effective, very straightforward. Another thing I could mention is that what happens with our relationship to technology is that the delay gets shorter and shorter. Now, if you wanted to learn something decades ago, what you had to do is hop on your bike and go to the library and study it. So the delay from when you wanted to learn something to when you actually learned it was hours, right? Now today, what's the delay? When you want to learn something, you take your phone. If it's some straightforward fact, it's just a matter of seconds, maybe minutes, mostly hours if you watch a documentary or something, when you get the right information you need. But that delay will get only shorter and shorter. So maybe at some point we will have computers inside of us. Maybe there's some kind of way to just get in split seconds the information we want to get. So the way we will do it is still unknown, but this is something that we've seen throughout history. The delay between when I want to do something and when it happens gets shorter. And I think with education, the same will happen as well.
And is that the point at which technology does become empathetic and understand our sensitivities, which is something you were saying, that's where we need to work with it rather than use it to let it take over in that way?
Yes, but I can also kind of, let me give another example just quickly, because I am kind of the sum of all the people I've met in my lifetime, like all the dialogues, the ideas, thoughts, they have created me who I am. So let's say I am the sum of 10,000 people who have affected me. Now, if Alexa or Siri or some other intelligent assistant gets to the level where they understand the way humans talk, so when I say a certain word in a certain way, my emotion might be different. If I say, bad, it can say I'm angry, right? If they develop to that level where they can interpret us, how many dialogues will Alexa have in one day? It's not 10,000, it's 10 million, right? So in one day, they get more data than any human can get in their lifetime, because we are very linear learners. We require a lot of time, a lot of experience to learn something. So in one day, the AI assistant gets more data to learn from, which means if I go the next day, I go to talk with the AI assistant and I tell I have a bad day and this and that happened. The AI assistant knows exactly what should be said to me so that my mood gets better, because the AI assistant had 3,567 same situations yesterday. So it knows how to solve this problem. So it tells me certain sentences and I feel like this is what I wanted to hear. My mood got better. Thank you for saying that. You're a real friend. And if I go to a human and say, I had a bad day, this and that happened, what will the human say? Well, it will get better soon, good luck, something general. And I feel like the robot, the machine, was a better friend or was a better listener, was able to help me more. So it's not black and white whether a machine can be empathetic and only, or whether human or machine, only one can be empathetic. But it's going to be a collaboration at the end of the day. So I think we need to remember both and not create a distinction between them two. It's going to be we and the technology together.
Perttu, that's a fantastic point on which to end. Thank you so much. That was really fascinating, an amazing look at where we are now and looking into the future and how it's going to work. Thank you so much for being with us, Perttu Pulinen.
Thank you.
So now it's time for you to interact once again. So you can use the Q&A box on the right-hand side of the screen, or for those watching on the live stream, you can use the QR code. We're going to have a question for you once again, and ideally, again, one answers as we go forward, and we'll create another word cloud so that you can get an idea of everything that's happening. You can probably see the question there on the screen already, and some of you are already reacting, which is great. So I'll say the question: what is the most important element needed to make digital education a reality across Europe? What is the most important element needed for making digital education a reality across Europe? Once again, the brain starts to emerge on the screen in the word cloud. Try not to be influenced too much by what you see already. Come up with your own ideas, and you'll see that the most popular, the most quoted idea is the one that appears in the middle of the screen. But any word or couple of words that you have in there, thank you so much. Lots of people contributing. So we're getting digital skills, infrastructure, teachers, competence, age-appropriate approach, training, availability, secure infrastructure, budgeting, connection, funding, human interaction. So what is the most important element needed for making digital education a reality across Europe? Digital skills very much staying in the center there. For now, we'll give it I like what someone's done there, created age appropriateness as one word. Well done. That's sneaky, but well done. And we'll give it a few more seconds. Gosh, we're getting lots of ideas there. Lots of ideas. Infrastructure, inclusion, digital skills, obviously staying very much central. And maybe 5 more seconds to complete the word cloud. That's fantastic. So teachers, digital skills, digital pedagogy, secure infrastructure, inclusion, all very much ideas that are at the forefront of people's minds. Thank you so much for taking part in that. That's extremely useful and very good to know the wavelengths that we're all thinking on. Thank you very much for that. I'd also like to remind you to keep using those hashtags that we were advertising earlier on, so DEAP and Digital Ed Forum, so DEAP and Digital Ed Forum. Keep using those hashtags on Twitter, and we will have a look at what you're saying on social media a little bit later in the day. But now, thanks very much for interacting. Let's move to our next session. So the next session is called Key Enablers for Digital Education in Europe. We're going to hear from a very distinguished and highly qualified panel, including, once again, the Commissioner Gabrielle, about how we can make sure that everything is in place to make digital technology in Europe a complete success that's absolutely accessible to everyone. So we'll be hearing about infrastructure and connectivity, extremely important, how to ensure we have well-qualified teachers to teach digital, also extremely important, and the involvement of an active and innovative private sector as well. So this session, just for a bit of housekeeping, is both in French and English, so that you can listen in either language by selecting the language button at the bottom of the screen. Please note that you will see that button throughout the rest of today, but it's only available for this particular session. So now, I am delighted to introduce to you our distinguished moderator for this panel, the Director General of the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission, Themis Christofidou. Themis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, following the first Digital Education Stakeholder Forum online. My name is indeed Themis Christofidou, and I'm the Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission. I have the privilege and honor of moderating this high-level panel, looking at key enablers for digital education in Europe with 5 high-level panelists. Madame Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. Jean-Michel Blanquer, Minister of National Education, Youth and Sports of France. Petr Gazdík, Minister of Education, Youth and Sports of Czechia. Emma Ölmebeck, State Secretary, Ministry of Education of Sweden. And Sabine Verheyen, Chair of the Cult Committee of the European Parliament. During the next 50 minutes, we will discuss what needs to happen in practical terms to make high-quality digital education a reality across Europe. We will look at how investing in the digital infrastructure of education and training systems can become part of a strategy to deliver long-lasting change. Moreover, we will see how we can integrate digital skills in education and training systems, and how digital education and skills can become an integral part of digital transformation of our countries. I invite our audience to join the discussion on social media using the hashtags to the event, #Deep and #DigitalEdForum. Before I give the word to our first distinguished speaker, I'd like us to take one moment to think about Ukraine. The EU is fully mobilized to support Ukraine, and we're working together with the 27 member states to provide support to the Ukrainian refugees. We firmly stand by the courageous people of Ukraine, and in particular, the Ukrainian young people. And now, I would like to invite Commissioner Gabriel to set the scene. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Themis, dear ministers, dear State Secretary, Honorable Chair of Cult Committee in the European Parliament, dear Sabine, dear participants. Well, there is no doubt that the success of our digital transformation depends directly on how well we do on education. Education has always been the main instrument for promoting equal opportunities for all, and it will remain so in the digital era. Through education, we have the opportunity to ensure that no one is left behind in the green and digital transition. It is key not only to economic success, but also to achieving fairness and inclusiveness in our society. We are going through a rapid digital transformation. Many sectors of our life have been fundamentally changed through digital technology: communication, industry, healthcare, or the world of work. It is clear that some of the same forces are at work when we look at how the digital transformation affects our education and training systems. It is a deep, transformative development that will have impact for decades to come. And at European level, we subscribe to the principles of a people-centered digital transformation. At the European Council in October last year, Member State leaders reminded us of the need to focus on digital skills and education as enablers. Digital skills are key to ensure that Europe's digital transformation drives economic growth, job creation, and competitiveness. And it was the first time the European Council did this. And I welcome Member States sharing this perspective. There is an increasing recognition of the strategic importance of digital education. And I'm pleased to see the ambition of our Member States in the significant investment in digital education and skills they made in their recovery and resilience plans. I said this when I opened today's event, but 13 billion euros for digital education is an unprecedented amount. Europe can do so much. Upgrade digital education equipment, develop digital education platforms, and invest in teacher training to include digital pedagogy and skills. This is the path towards becoming a stronger, more competitive Europe. But it is clear that the magnitude of the challenge ahead requires even more. Take, for example, the digital decade targets, where we commit to reach 80% of the population with basic digital skills by 2030. Or we need to rapidly increase the level of digital literacy among 13, 14-year-old pupils. These cannot be achieved overnight, even with ample resources. And in order to move forward on this, in October last year, together with 8 of my fellow commissioners and with the support from the President von der Leyen, we announced the kickoff of the structured dialogue on digital education and skills, and we invited Member States to join us. The structured dialogue originally stems from the Digital Education Action Plan and reflects its 2 strategic priorities: focusing on supporting Member States in building up their digital education ecosystems and enhancing the digital skills of the whole population. We have already taken the first steps towards engaging the Member States and stakeholders. At the end of November last year, the Education Council held the first policy debate in contribution to the structured dialogue. Also, Member States appointed national coordinators for digital education and skills, and they met earlier this month for the first time, showing the strong support of the Member States for this initiative. And these discussions showed that digital education and skills are a key topic and high on the European agenda. They highlighted the fundamental role of education in promoting cohesion, inclusion, and equality, and the need to ensure that digital does not become a field in which we create new divides. To achieve our ambitious goals, we'll focus on the essential building blocks of successful digital education systems: high-speed connectivity, up-to-date and accessible equipment, institutional capacity for digitalization, teachers' digital pedagogy skills, and of course, close cooperation with stakeholders. And if you allow me this analogy, we have to think about those enabling factors much like electricity or running water. They are essential for digital education to work to the benefit of everyone and for it to be universally accessible across Europe. And for all of these enabling factors, we'll discuss how to make investment as impactful as possible and part of a strategy to deliver long-lasting change. We'll reflect on how best to support education and training institutions with know-how on how to adapt and digitize in an inclusive manner. We'll look beyond drafting strategies and action plans and focus on ensuring that all governmental actors share the same political commitment as they engage with digital education and skills. So you understood it, we have a long way to go, but I'm confident that together we can get there.
Thank you, Commissioner, for setting the tone and the scene for the discussion, which will take place in 2 rounds. In each round, I will ask a question to each panelist, and I will have the unpleasant duty of having to be strict with time. So please kindly keep your responses within 3 minutes. Should we have any time left, we will finish with the last question to the panelists. So first of all, I'll turn to Commissioner Gabriel with the first question. Commissioner, you have just introduced the main objectives of the structured dialogue and what it will involve. In your opinions, which will be the factors for the dialogue to succeed and deliver on its objectives?
Well, thank you very much for this first question, dear Themis. I think that politically, the engagement of the European member states is the single most important factor. And I'm very optimistic in this respect after the Education Council in November, where I discussed with our member states the challenges that they are facing. Also, I already mentioned it, the first meeting of the high-level national coordinators earlier this month. That showed the wide support across member states for the structured dialogue. And I'm particularly happy to see that support does not only come from education ministries, but also from other key departments such as finance, telecommunication or labor. That's an important point, really not to work in silo. And what member states do in practice will determine how successful we'll be. Because as I said, it's good to have strategies, it's good to have a shared vision, but the implementation and the follow-up is really crucial. And here I would like to take very briefly 2 examples. First, it is well known that in digital education, spending money on equipment alone does not guarantee impact on educational outcomes. Without a coherent approach of complementary supporting measures, we risk spending a lot of money without improving teachers' confidence and competencies or learners' skills and test results. And that's why I'm so happy that together with our member states, we created the expert group on quality investment in education. And I'm sure that we all have to look very closely on the analysis, because this analysis, this evaluation of the existing education and training policies will help us to have a clear picture how money and especially how this money are not only spent, but how this money can be optimized. And second, we need to get better not only on strategies and action plans, but to go into details when we talk about implementation. Implementation on what we have committed to do and what was really done. So for me, it's really a crucial point, because I know that some of our ministries are facing challenges about the different experts and how we can use data coming from different member states. My plea here is let's learn from each other. Let's see how we can ensure a real impact using the knowledge of other ministries or stakeholders on how our measures have been implemented on the ground. And that means, again, to change our culture of monitoring and evaluation, because let's be very honest, most of our member states already developed national strategies. But for me, what will be important is to do it at European level. So in one sentence, For me, beside evaluations, strategies, percentages, I would like to have it simply. Our ultimate measure of success will be the skills and confidence of our students, teachers, and general population, how well they live, work, and thrive in the digital world. And this is what we are working towards. That's our ultimate goal.
So you're clearly determined to monitor and measure success. Thank you, Commissioner. Now I turn to Minister Gazdik. Minister, from the perspective of Czechia, which are the enabling factors for digital education you consider essential to focus on, and what concrete deliverables you envisage?
Dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear colleagues, I would like to thank the European Commission for organizing this forum. I would like to express your strong support to Ukraine in these barbaric times and condemn Russia's aggression over the Ukraine. From the long-term point of view is a strategic approach, continual and gradual work. Regarding the national activities, a general framework was formulated in the strategy of education policy of the Czech Republic 2030 plus that defines three main goals in the sphere of digital education: the improvement of digital literacy of pupils, enhancement of digital competency of pedagogues, and reduction of digital inequalities and prevention of digital divide. And that's what we are implementing now. However, there are always circumstances which could change the plans. And nowadays, Russian aggression is one of them. The Czech Republic already entered 200,000 refugees, and we expect more than 2 times more. Almost half of them are young persons under 18. My team already used measure aimed at helping Ukrainian pupils and students. Digital tools are absolutely crucial in this situation, and we are able to react immediately. As the first reaction, the ministry launched a website on Ukraine in both Czech and Ukrainian languages. It contains typical situations that parents will face in education, translation of norms, and form for help. There is also original Czech-Ukrainian translator developed by the Charles University. Digital tools could not only help to overcome crisis and make education available, but also make it more effective and safe. And that is important. 3-4, we establish as one of the priorities for our presidency the topic of digital well-being, in which we must and will reflect refugees as well.
Thank you, Minister. State Secretary Elmebeck, which are Sweden's priorities and planned deliverables?
Dear ministers, dear commissioner, and dear colleagues, many thanks for inviting me to this panel. Today's topic is certainly one that is high on the agenda and something that Sweden puts a lot of work into. However, I like to start with saying that we need to consider our experience from the pandemic. That in general, teaching at school premises are favorable for both teachers and pupils. It facilitates the use of the pedagogical and the social advantages of the school environment. But if we're going to strive for digital transformation of society, we need employees that can adapt to rapid changes as well as develop and innovate the technologies of tomorrow. The Swedish government has launched a major education initiative to strengthen and promote adult education and lifelong learning, and thereby increasing employment. A large proportion of these will focus mainly or in part on digitalization. Teachers already in the profession, as well as teachers in training, need to have a good digital competence and be familiar with the use of digital tools. They also need to be able to choose digital learning resources based on assessments of the educational value, as well as on the different needs and conditions of children and pupils. Using digital learning resources in teaching can develop teaching and contribute to children and pupils acquiring knowledge. By varying the teaching, it can lead to children and pupils having increased motivation and being more involved in teaching. Digitalization can also serve as an effective tool for following up the knowledge individual children and pupils have required and provide increased opportunities to create and distribute digital learning resources. For teachers already in the profession, the Swedish government has committed annual grants in support for teachers in service training, in programming, and tasked the National Agency for Education with promoting digitalization within the Swedish school system. The Swedish government has also facilitated for schools and education providers to utilize the possibilities of digitalization in education and in administration. These points are just a few examples worth highlighting, and there are of course more to add, but for now I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, State Secretary. And now let's turn to the European level again. Sabine Verheyen, member of the European Parliament. In your view, which are the key enabling factors to achieve equity and inclusion in digital education? And where do you see need for stronger action and cooperation at EU level to close the digital gap?
Thank you very much, Themis, for asking me that question. I also want to say thank you to the Commissioner and to the ministers that they take part today in this very important discussion. I think the factors like social background still play a big role in how children do in school and how we can include or be really inclusive in the school systems. If it does not work, that children have equal challenges and possibilities, not depending on their social background, we need more targeted support. It must be provided so that the opportunities are aligned as best as possible in the schools. Equality in digital education requires also equality in the equipment of schools, and so all schools must be well equipped, and not just some of them. Especially for more vulnerable communities, we need really good equipped schools, but also well-educated and equipped and upskilled teachers. During COVID-19, we saw the possibilities to take part in the digital school lessons varied largely depending on the background of a child. And unfortunately, the ones that were already struggling and coming from weaker economic backgrounds had less access to laptops or a quiet room to study in at home. So that is one of the problems we have to touch, but that we cannot do on the European level alone. We need the cooperation with the member states very strong here. The second point is that teachers must be trained for digital education. Teachers, not just in school, in higher education, but for all subject groups, must be strengthened in digital competences. The digital education must be implemented as part of the basic education, and it must start in primary schools, but for the very first moment, it must start in teachers' education. Just let me give you one short example. When we started equipping our primary schools with IT technologies, after 2 years, when we took it back in our city after the leasing contract was over, some of these devices were still originally packed in the classrooms, and that showed what we need first is to equip teachers. And it's still today that we have a lot of teachers that are not really well equipped for digital education. But it's not just school. We also need that employers should be given incentives to further qualify employees in their digital competence. And also older people, not digital natives, need to be given opportunities and age-appropriate educational opportunities. So what can we do? Remembering that education is in the main field competence of the member states, but the EU can adapt the framework and framework conditions to create the most productive environment. And the EU continues to work on these issues, for example, with our file path to the digital decade. We had an action plan, or we have it still, from 2021 to 2027, the action plan for digital education. And there, one point is highlighted. It's a question of infrastructure, connectivity and digital equipment. It's a question of effective digital capacity planning and development, including up-to-date organizational capacities and high quality learning content. And here also the EU can step in. We need user-friendly tools and secure platforms in respect also of the e-privacy rules and ethical standards, where we can exchange best practice learning materials, pedagogical concepts and other things, so that we can very fast adapt and learn from those who have already gone steps forward. And we have to enhance digital skills and competences for the digital transformation. And that requires digital literacy, including tackling disinformation, computing education, and good knowledge and understanding of data-intensive technologies, just as artificial intelligence, and how to use it also in the educational sector. And we need to ensure that girls and young women are equally represented in digital studies and careers. I think it's very important that we work here together, because the gap between the different member states, between more rural areas and cities, more vulnerable communities, or those who have a better social standard, there we have big gaps, and we just can close these gaps when we have a strong exchange, when we learn from each other with best practice models. And that are steps that we have already taken, that the Commissioner is taking also on different platforms and opportunities, and what we support, especially also in the European Parliament, very strongly. But we need the strong cooperation with the member states in all these fields.
Thank you, Sabine Verheyen. Commissioner, we see that a lot is already being done to promote digital education and skills, but clearly we have more to do. So what are the new approaches you see and that we can implement in the coming years so that we achieve a real change?
Well, I think that Mrs. Verheyen already started to answer to this question, because it's true that the nature of the challenges we are facing require us to think differently and to cooperate more closely than ever before. And that's why we have now the example of the structured dialogue, because what is the structured dialogue? It's a focused and time-limited process on closer exchange with member states and stakeholders. So that's the first thing, closer cooperation. The second, I think that we should be enough honest to see and to take a little bit of time and to see what has and what has not worked, so that we can do better in the future. I think in that context that it's particularly important to take some lessons learned from COVID. What we have learned, that we need to work together to share resources. We need to ensure access to online content, and not to forget equipment and connectivity. We need to think about teachers, and we need close cooperation at the level of our member states and at European level. That's why for me, if we have to do something better, it's with 3 keywords: cooperation, innovation, accessibility. And all this with an integrated approach. Different levels and different actors working together to put an end of this work in silo. And maybe here one small question as a provocative question to our member states. Let's think about the digital education hub. Let's transform this hub into not another hub. Let's do this one single entry point where the digital education ecosystem can find resources, can share practices, can exchange, and that will be up to us to show the example. I must say, dear Temis, that with the structured dialogue internally in the European Commission, we are already showing this example, because I would like to share with our participants that the work on the structured dialogue is jointly led by our services for education, employment, and the digital transformation. They are collaborating very closely to support our member states in analyzing, discussing, and adjusting their strategies to achieve the maximum possible impact. So I think that now it's up to our member states and to the stakeholders community to show that this integrated, coherent approach where we are working together, it's possible to put into practice and to implement in that way our strategies and our beautiful wishes. Because after all, these beautiful wishes are here for what we have as unique in Europe. It's our citizens, it's our children, it's our teachers, and we need definitely to give them the necessary tools and instruments to be much more resilient for any future crisis.
The Commissioner already put a provocative question on the table. In the second round, I will add my question to the Member States. How does digital education fit into your broader national policies for digital transition? And can you please give us some examples of how governmental actors work together on digital education and skills in your country? Minister Gazdik, your turn.
It's my turn?
Yes.
Digital education plays a crucial role in almost any adjustment made in national education policies. The Czech Republic appreciates the progress that was made in the key European policy initiatives in the Digital Education Action Plan. We especially welcome the focus on competence-based learning and prevention of digital gap. The Czech General Framework was set up by the Strategy of Education Policy of the Czech Republic 2030+, that wants, among all, to develop digital literacy of pupils and teachers and reduce digital inequalities. The Czech National Recovery Plan is also in line with strategic documents. The components innovation and education in the context of digitalization address challenges related to the digital translation, such as curricular reform and strengthening of IT education, implementation of the revised curriculum and digital skills of teachers, and digital equipment for schools. The Ministry has already prepared investment in digital equipment at school worth 50 million euro in order to provide schools with equipment. In line with the strategy, the Czech Republic also approved a complementary new concept of informatics and the new key digital competencies last year. New curricula is now implemented by several hundred of schools, while provided with methodological support of the National Education Institute. In 2021, there were over 500 events focused on curricula implementation, with over 3,500 participations from over 1,500 schools. In 2022, these activities will continue on even large scale. Also, thanks to funding from the Next Generation EU funds. Our goal is to support 4,000 schools in years 2021-2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. State Secretary Elmebek, what can we learn from Sweden in this respect?
First of all, let me mention an assignment that has been given to one of our authorities. It concerns increased quality and student completion rate in distance education at Swedish universities. The purpose of the assignment is to give increased access to higher education, develop digital tools for distance education, and contribute to strengthening the supply of skills in the entire country. UHR's projects are to develop the long-term conditions for offering distance education. In relation to the assignment to UHR, a number of universities has also been awarded additional funds to further develop distance education. For example, related to programs leading to professional qualifications and increasing the possibility to complete student placements during distance education programs. As a part of the overall national digital strategy, Sweden has also a national digitalization strategy for the school system. The strategy aims at providing all children and pupils, young as well as adults, with the skills they need for life and work life, which in the long run provides the basis for future skills supply. The Swedish National Agency of Education is tasked with working to promote digitalization in the Swedish school system and facilitate for schools and education providers to take advantage of the opportunities of digitalization in teaching and administration. This includes implementing initiatives to increase teachers' competence in distance teaching and remote teaching. The Swedish government is now preparing the greatest freedom and security reform package for the labor market in modern times. One of these measures is a new student finance scheme for transition and retraining. The scheme aims at facilitating opportunities for employees to partake in long life learning to strengthen their position on the labor market during the course of their careers, which will make it easier for people in midlife and with work experience to undertake further education or training. This was a broad overview of what is currently happening in Sweden. I think I'm close to 3 minutes, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary. Sabine Verheyen, we heard how the governmental actors work together. But what about stakeholders and industry? Do you think they have a role? And if they do have one, what would that be? And what are the challenges that we are facing to involve them more? And how can we encourage their participation?
Yes, thank you for this question. I think first, the industry and also the stakeholders must understand that educated workers, that well-educated and well-equipped young people are a valuable resource for employers, also for the national economies. So it is also in their interest, and they should also invest in a good education and support schools and support the educational systems with all possible technological and educational possibilities they can offer. Employers often, in a balancing act and the willingness to train employees versus the fear of them leaving the company after training measures, is something we have to discuss on. We see it also in our, for example, in Germany, we have the dual education system, where also employers take an important role in the vet training system. They invest, and they also want to keep those well-equipped people where they invested in. And I think we need to find out a balanced system to combine the support of companies and stakeholders into this scene. But there must also be a stronger cooperation between different stakeholders and industries when it comes to support for schools. Where it should not end in is that a school that has a good relation to one company is supported by a company with devices, with technology, with workshops they can offer. But this must be also for other schools and other groups, also more vulnerable groups. Training companies are very important with industrial, technical, commercial, and also in the service sector. They should pay special attention to the digital dimension of qualification. We need traditionally analog work areas, and they should be reformed together with the employees. What's also necessary is that the effectiveness of workplace-based training measures need to be deepened. The training on the job, so the lifelong learning aspect must be also strengthened. I think that's also a very important point for the lifelong learning aspect, and to skill up also workers who are already on the job. We should also make existing offers visible and use them more. For example, the EU project like Pluteus, who should also be promoted a bit more. We will need academic institutions in offer courses for people already employed. For example, a weekend school or summer holiday school or evening schooling. We need digitization projects that should continue to be conducted in intensive dialogue with the social partners. And we need labor market policies that enables and motivates companies to invest in their employers in digital education, but also, like I said already in the beginning, to make partnerships with schools. But there also the school system must open more to industry, to companies, to stakeholders in this field, so that there is a stronger cooperation on the needs, but also on the needs of the companies, but also especially on the special needs of the schooling and education systems. So it is important that we also there, not just between the member state, but also between stakeholders, industry and education systems on all levels, we need a stronger cooperation. What's possible, what is needed, and where we have to go to.
Thanks a lot, Madame Verheyen. Dear participants, as you have noticed, today I'm dealing with the most concise panelists one could wish for. So this gives us time for a third round of questions. And I would like to reverse the order for this final round and ask, first of all, Sabine Verheyen, what can you do at your respective level to ensure that investment in digital technology for education has a real impact?
First, we will keep a close eye on the development in digital education, and it's our job to put pressure on the ones responsible to create a fair and inclusive environment in digital education. And what we did, we fighted for a better financed Erasmus Plus program, because this program enables the necessary exchange we need for setting up the right scene for digitization in education.
Thank you very much. State Secretary Elmebeck, please.
Thank you. I think it's important to have a very close dialogue with authorities, social partners, and other stakeholders when it comes to lifelong learning and digital skills, and how to adjust the education system to the needs of the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really concise. Minister Gazdig, next presidency from the 1st of July. What about you?
We consider that really impactful could be proper and swift implementation of the National Recovery Plan based on the specific needs at the different levels of education.
Fantastic. Commissioner, a reply to this, and also you, if you would like to give us your concluding remarks.
Well, from my side, there is 3 keywords: support, expertise, common vision. Yes, we'll continue to support our member states and our stakeholders. For our member states, I think that we all should seize the momentum. There is an unprecedented investment in digital education, and it's up to us to transform this extraordinary amount of money into tangible, beneficial actions for everyone. The second, as Commission will continue to provide expertise, pay attention to the expert group on quality investment in education, because that was very clear demand coming from this panel. We need to share good experiences, we need to identify good practices, we need to have an evaluation and monitoring. And finally, a common vision. What are the key enabling factors for a successful digital transformation of our education systems? And that's what we are doing with this forum today, and that's what we'll continue to do with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Minister Jean-Michel Blanquer has just arrived in time to give us the French perspective. Minister, how does digital education fit into your broader national policies for the digital transition? And could you please give some examples on how governmental actors in your country work together on digital education and skills?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you and to take part to these exchanges about a very important topic. This is not a marginal issue. We have changed our civilization in the last 20 years, and we have moved away from a situation where we didn't have much information. When we were young teenagers, we had to run to the other side of the city to get some information. And now we are in a society where we have loads of information available, and we have many technical challenges, human, philosophical challenges to take up. What can we do from an educational point of view to make sure that education is in line with this new civilization? And we need to make sure that we do not promote superficial digital knowledge. We've talked about the X and Y generations, and some people tend to think that young people are already digital literate, but actually they have some skills, but sometimes they're very superficial. They can spend 3 hours a day on social media, or even more than that, but they do not have access to information, because if they only use social media, if they do not have information about the techniques, the technologies that are evolving fast at that level, they will be at a disadvantage, and they could even become slaves of this digital transformation. So our educational systems have a major role to play to take into account this new reality and to offer all the tools that our pupils need. They need to be digitally literate. They need to make sure that they protect their data. This is what we have done in France. I'll come back to that. And they need to be protected against the abuse on social media, hatred online, and we need to make sure that they are digital citizens. So you have asked me what we are doing in France. And first, we want to promote certification. We have a certification for digital skills, and we have found inspiration in our neighboring countries in Europe. We have references coming from European studies for initial training and long life training. We also focus on the equipment in classrooms and the training of teachers. That's essential. We want to make sure that we have basic infrastructure and competencies. We also promote access to technologies in rural areas and for disadvantaged communities. And this is something that had to be strengthened during the COVID crisis. And then we also want to use resources and innovative technologies, including artificial intelligence. And we want to support what we call the digital common values. And for 2022, we have been developing an innovative classroom to promote e-learning. We also have a strategy to invest in digital transformation. We will focus on skills and future employment, and there are different key enablers to achieve our objectives. We have a digital compass at European level. It would be important to promote this structured dialogue with all stakeholders. So France is ready to support this strategy, which is an excellent news. We also have the general states on digital technologies. So this is a wide consultation with all stakeholders, the users, social partners, territorial authorities, associations, the world of research, and companies in order to exchange information and create debates. We've organized national exchanges in order to develop a roadmap for schools. And I believe that this participatory approach is essential in order to develop these competencies and work on the perceptions of different territories. This will be complemented by a governance system between the state and the local authorities. We have decided to strengthen that link. We also have a national strategy to speed up digital transformation. It is called Education and Digital Society for France, in order to promote green and digital transition. There will be research and development. And I would like to give you a practical example of this strategy. We have a project that is called TEDETNI, and it will enable us to invest money to provide education to children who are sick in hospital. And this is something I would be ready to share with all European member states. So there are robots that are in the classrooms and that enable children who are in hospital to follow the classes and the lessons with their friends, and doctors believe that this is very encouraging and that it contributes to the recovery of these sick children. And we have seen startups being created and companies working in order to find a solution to this problem. Well, thank you very much, Mr.
the panelists
Minister,
for this fruitful discussion and raising so many points that we will take with us for the work we have ahead of us. We heard about the significant investments member states are undertaking, also the focus of these investments. You have stressed the importance of equity and inclusion, the role of education to promote these. And today's exchange is one of many that will take place in the process of the structured dialogue on digital education and skills over the course of this year, while being mindful that education and training are member state competences. It's clear in this room that we can all benefit from working more closely together, sharing experiences, promoting best practices, and support you better with EU instruments. So we will keep this dialogue. Commissioner Gabriel has already underlined it, and we will continue reflecting together. At the end of this process, we will collect all these reflections and feed them into proposals for 2 Council recommendations. One on the enabling factors for successful digital education, and the second on improving the provision of digital skills in education and training. Once again, I would like to warmly thank all the panelists, Sabine Verheyen, European Parliament, State Secretary Elmebeck, Sweden, Minister Gazdik, Czechia, Minister Blanquer, France, and my boss, Commissioner Gabriel. Thank you to all of you. And please stay online. The live stream of the forum continues, and I encourage you to follow the rest of the program. Thank you. Thank you.
Director General, Commissioner, and panelists, distinguished panelists, thank you so much for that very informative panel on key enablers for digital education across Europe. So we move to our next session, where we're going to take a closer look at the digital education community, and in particular, the Digital Education Action Plan. So let's remind ourselves of what the plan actually is. It's the EU policy to support the sustainable and effective adaptation into the education and training systems across Europe of digital technology. And there are two priority areas. So first of all, making sure that we work together to develop a well-functioning ecosystem, a bubble, if you like, in which digital technologies can thrive and grow. And secondly, making sure everyone has the skills that's so vitally important to use and or teach digital technology effectively. Now, the latest plan has been up and running for about a year now, and in a moment we're going to hear from those who've been working closely on it and indeed with it. But first, let's watch together this short film, which is called 1 Year of the Implementation of the Digital Education Action Plan, which is about, indeed, how the first year has been going.
In just over 1 year of implementation, the Digital Education Action Plan, a renewed European Union EU policy initiative, already has a lot to be proud of.
Des répondants à la consultation publique qui ont dit que le Covid était un tournant pour l'éducation numérique.
The Digital Education Action Plan is a catalyst for change and innovation in European education and training, going beyond the coronavirus crisis.
So digital education is of utmost importance, not just for now when we are in a crisis, but also in order for us to shape the future. And this is why we have made this Digital Education Action Plan.
We are more ambitious and committed than ever to achieve high-quality, inclusive and accessible digital education in Europe, with a call for action from the highest level.
But equally important is the investment in digital skills. This is such an important topic. This task needs leaders' attention, and it needs a structured dialogue at top level.
This structured dialogue on digital education and skills was launched in October 2021. It demonstrates our commitment to support member states in the digital transformation of their education and training systems in an integrated, coherent, and more ambitious manner. Further, all-important political momentum came from the Council recommendation on blended learning for high-quality and inclusive primary and secondary education, adopted in November 2021. Over 4,000 partnerships for cooperation projects of the Erasmus Plus programme 2021 chose to focus on digital planning. In upcoming years, funding of high-quality and inclusive digital education activities and projects will only grow. Speaking of investment, 10% of the Recovery and Resilience Facility is going to education, of which a game-changing more than 13 billion euros will be allocated to reforms and investments in digital education by member states. In 2021, we have done a lot. We celebrated landmark achievements like reaching 2 million users of the Selfie tool. The brand new Selfie for Teachers tool was launched on World Teachers' Day. We launched an expert group on AI and data in teaching and learning that will help the Commission prepare ethical guidelines for educators in these fields. The important issues of digital literacy and the fight against disinformation are also being addressed by a dedicated group of experts. Both guidelines will be published in September 2022. The Girls Go Circular initiative reached more than 7,800 girls in 2021, who were celebrated during the first Women and Girls in STEM Forum. We revised the Digital Competence Framework with the help of Digital Community of Practice, with over 400 members from 48 countries around the world. We also established the building blocks for our flagship initiative, the Digital Education Hub. 2021's great start has shown what can be achieved with the necessary political will and a committed digital education community. But much more is to be done. Are you with us?
There you have it. So we're moving now to our next session, which looks very specifically at the Digital Education Action Plan, which, let's remind us, it includes various programs and initiatives to help those involved develop their digital skills and competences. So the initiatives are very broad and include the Selfie tools, digital opportunity traineeships, Girls Go Circular, as you were hearing there, the Digi Edu Hack, more on that in a moment as well, and the Digital Competence Framework. So we're now going to hear directly from 7 people who've been taking part in these initiatives, and we want to hear specifically how the initiatives have affected their personal, education, and professional development. We also want to hear about some of the challenges that they faced using the various initiatives as well, and the new perspectives and skills that they acquired whilst they were using and delivering these tools. And remember as well, you can keep talking to us using those hashtags DEAP and Digital Ed Forum. As I say, we'll come back to those later. So I'm now very pleased to introduce to you José Miguel Sousa. So José, I think you're with us, and you are the director of the Portuguese Edu4 Training Center, and you have been using this online selfie tool. This is a tool designed to help schools reflect on their use of digital technologies in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment indeed. So perhaps you could give us, please, a taster of your experience with that tool, using the selfie tool, and tell us a little bit about exactly how useful it's been.
Good morning, everybody. And also you have my image. Oh, no, you have my image. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sharon, and thank you for your introduction. It's a pleasure for me to stay here with this international group, and I have thanks for the invitation. Yes, in Portugal, things are growing, in my opinion, in the excellent way. Why? Because for 27 years, I was being a director of a teachers training center. And never before in Portugal, the government has had such a clear and comprehensive vision as now about the use of digital in schools. We start in 2016 a program about to try improve the success of our schools. And in 2020, we started the Portuguese Digital Plan for schools. We are talking now about the Digital Education Action Plan for the Commission. But this is Portuguese plan is connected what's happened in the plan from the Commission. And this Portuguese Digital Plan have 3 levels: digital educational resources for teachers, teachers training, and digital development of schools. And these last 2 levels are the levels that we use a lot, the selfie tools. The level that we need to prepare and to define a plan for teachers training, we use the selfie for teachers, or the first version is a check-in. About the digital development of schools, we use the selfie for schools. And I try to explain a bit more why it is important for us this, because we decide to make a national plan for teachers trainings. We prepare 3 courses, one at different levels. The level 1 for basics, teachers never use of technology. The second level was middle level and advanced level. And all 92% of Portuguese teachers make the selfie for teachers, or the first version, the check-in questionnaire. And after this, the teachers and the training centers can decide where is the best course for teachers. If after the teacher filled the questionnaire about the check-in or the selfie for teachers, the reports give the teacher information what level of training he can apply. And this is very important because with this selfie, with the use of the selfie, we can provide more connected training for each teacher, because each teacher is an individual case. About the schools, because the schools need to look inside the schools, need to find internet connection is okay, or we need more internet connection. Human resources of the school, they use digital or not use digital. They need to look for the school like a big organization, and an organization that everything needs to feel, needs to move, it needs to move in the right way. And the selfie for schools was excellent instrument that the schools use in Portugal to see if they have gaps, to see what they are doing and what they want to do and what they need to do that. For us in Portugal, it's very important this kind of initiatives like the selfie for teaching and the selfie for schools. I'm many years working in training teachers, and I never have these instruments like this can I use to make the training for teachers, to make the schools look for inside of a school and try to say, oh, okay, this moment I am in this level, this moment I'm here, and what I can do to go another step. Thank you for your question, Shen.
that sounds like a really positive development and great to hear. Maybe a slightly cheeky question to you. What did the selfie tool teach you about the possible strengths and weaknesses within your own organization and the things that you were doing? How have you adapted things because the selfie has taught you things about your own organization?
Yeah, sometimes the schools, if we ask to the headmaster of a school, or if you ask a teacher in the school what they feel about the use of technology, they know. But with the selfie tools, we have, an official way to look for the school. And with this instrument, it's the first time that our schools can prepare a digital action plan to the school. They use the selfie tool, and after that, they prepare, a document, but they prepare a plan to the development of the school to the use of ICTs. If we not have selfie for schools, I think we not do that in this way. It's very difficult to do that if we not use the selfie for schools.
And how receptive have your colleagues been to using it? Have they been very keen to use it? Have some of them been less keen? And what's that been to do with? Has it been have they been worried about the results, or have they been worried about the technology?
Well, in the beginning, another questionnaire is for my evaluation. It's for the evaluation of the school. But we work in Portugal when we start this plan. But I tell you, we have, in my opinion, an excellent vision, because it's not like a decision for the Ministry of Education. Okay, they decide, but they talk with training centers or directors. They talk with the schools, and when this instrument goes to the field, everybody knows what's happened because we explain. We try to say, no, it's not a questionnaire for our evaluation. When a school uses the selfie, it's not to evaluate the school, but we talk a lot with people, we explain, and I think that's because the Minister of Education, the headmasters, the directors of teachers training, some key person schools, we work together, many meetings, many moments to talk, and this board of decision work together to implement the selfie. If we don't do this work before the implementation of the selfie, it's only more one questionnaire. We need to explain, because before of this, we study what's happened. And we know, it's an excellent instrument. And not if excellent, we try to do this in our schools in a correct way. Not only send the email, they are emailed to do that. No, the schools have training with us, prepare everything before we go to the field.
So just one final thought. In November last year, the selfie tool, we're told, reached 2 million users, and now we're up to about 2.5 million users. So in a nutshell, what do you think lies behind the core of that success of the tool?
Because it's a clear instrument that the schools can look on the file and say, well, I need to look for this. For teachers, when I can tell a little story, a colleague say, Jose Miguel, I like very much the report that I read after I fill the check-in for teachers. Yes, because I can look for myself in a report. I think this is the success of this selfie is clear that the teacher and the schools can look for himself in the instrument.
José Miguel in Portugal, thank you so much for joining us and for those excellent and very positive feedbacks. Very pleased to hear that. Good luck with the continued use of the selfie tool. We're now going to cross to Ireland and join Vicky Malcolm. Vicky, you are a teacher of French, German and European studies at the King's Hospital School in Dublin. You have experience with the latest edition of the selfie tools, which is called Selfie for Teachers. And this tool specifically targets teachers, obviously, and aims to help them, that's you, understand issues including how you are currently using digital technologies, how you are supporting student digital skills, and how you're using technology to communicate and collaborate, and for your own professional development as well. So let's hear a little bit about that. How did the tool change the way that you, in your schools, and maybe you personally, use technical and digital technologies in the classroom, and what did you learn about your digital skills and competences?
So I think it's important to note that we use, much like Jose Miguel before me, we use Selfie and Selfie for Teachers together. So in my school, I'm responsible for school self-evaluation. So what we're able to do with that process is to identify the focus for a self-improvement plan in the school. In our case, it was to embed the use of digital technology in our school. And we've also recently changed learning platforms and provided our teachers with a device that they can use to teach. So there was some upskilling to be done, and it was important for us to be able to pinpoint on a scale where we are in our digital development. So Selfie did that for us. It gave us the data to inform the school self-evaluation process, and we were able to identify a focus. So there was a clear need to upskill digitally and to embed digital technology. Now we're using Selfie for Teachers to monitor those actions and to evaluate the impact. So that's where it has been useful in our school. On a personal level, it's been very helpful just to pinpoint an area that I might focus on myself. And again, Josie Miguel referred to that. It's for teachers to really take control of their own professional development. So I found out by using the tool that, you know, I am using it to enhance professional practice, and that I can see from my profile that I get from Selfie for Teachers that I'm relying on a broad repertoire of digital strategies, but that's just me. Obviously, we need then, from the point of view of school self-evaluation, to spread that out to the whole school and to develop our practices. What's been very useful in our school is that it has led to the development of a community for practice within the school. So this community of practice then are teachers training teachers. So I don't have all the answers just because I'm the school self-evaluation coordinator, but I'm happy to share what I know with other teachers and likewise. So we've been able to set up in-house training sessions based on various areas of the Selfie for Teachers reports. And that way we can target the CPD within the school, and we can see maybe we need an external provider. But for the most part, I can say, well, you know, I need to upskill on a certain area. So I know that X or Y teacher is very good at that, and I can ask them to lead a session among the staff. So it's been very helpful in upskilling a whole staff quite quickly.
And perhaps the same question that I posed to José. I mean, how receptive have your colleagues been to the tool? And in a way as well, what initially made you decide to use the tool?
So with Selfie for Teachers, I was really lucky to be invited to test the tool when it was being tested in Ireland. So that was really informative, and I could see how useful it was going to be. With regard to your question as to how it is received, again, a little bit like Jose Miguel said, it can be viewed because it's quite comprehensive survey, so it can be viewed as with a little bit of trepidation. And I know personally when I got my results from Selfie for Teachers, there were areas where I thought, oh, I thought I was better than that. But that's really important. I think that it shows you your strengths, it shows you your weaknesses. And what is really super in the feedback report is that you get targeted ways that you can improve in certain areas. So for me, as you might expect for a school self-evaluation coordinator, I was strong on the areas of policy and practice and implementing it and embedding it in the school, but weaker on sharing digital resources. I can see that very clearly on my report, that that's something I need to work on, that I'm taking resources from other people, but I'm not sharing them. So that is very helpful. And again, with regards to a whole staff approach, because we can use the Selfie for Teachers as a group, I can get an overview as the self-evaluation coordinator of where we need to focus. And that has been really, really helpful to progress the school policy to embed digital technology.
So absolutely extending the skills of your colleagues. And I guess once they accept, as you have done, areas that need some work on, then people go with that, I hope.
Absolutely, and I think ultimately it really is. It's meant very positively. It is something that you can do personally, or you can do as part of a group, and it's been really helpful in just encouraging people because it shows you what you're doing well, which is always nice. We always like a bit of praise, so we're just like the students that way.
Excellent. And okay, so you've been at it since the trial of the system and now been using it and spreading it far and wide. So let's turn the tables. How could it be improved from you as a user? How do you think the tool could be improved?
So one thing we talked about during the testing process was that perhaps when you get your feedback report, you do get areas that and suggestions for how you might improve. But that what might be very useful is if you had actual links that you could click on there and say, okay, this might be a useful online course that you could take to improve here, or this might be, in your country. I appreciate that's a big ask, but in your country, these are the people you could contact to do this, or so it's something that would maybe directly focus you on a piece of online training or on a piece of professional development that would further the skill you're trying to improve.
Vicky in Ireland, thank you so much for that testimony. Sounds very exciting and great to have you there at the very beginning and continuing to use it and spreading the message far and wide. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Sean.
We can now cross to Romania. We're going to join Teodor Mocanu, who is a student participant in the Digital Opportunity Traineeships Initiative. And this is an initiative which provides students and recent graduates with the opportunity to gain practical and very valuable experience in technology in a company abroad. Teodor, you did your traineeship back in 2020. Tell us a little bit about where you did it, what you did, the field in which you worked, and how this has helped you and the experience that you've had.
Thank you, Sean, for the introduction. Greetings to everyone. My name is Teodor Mocanu. I graduated Marine Transportation at Naval Academy Mircea cel Bătrân from Constanța, Romania. As you have mentioned before, I had the chance to access a digital opportunity traineeship linked to Erasmus Plus Mobility for Students in August 2020. The company that hosted my mobility had the office in Rauma shipyard, Finland, and I was assigned as a junior project engineer for an outfitting project, for sure, for just a little part of the ship. Shipbuilding has also experienced hard times, and the industry has to provide new solutions in respect with the advance of technology. Considering this, we can now talk about exploring the ship with a 3D model using dedicated softwares. My experience in the shipyard consists of daily office jobs where I had to deal with ship plans, ship models, standards, material lists, and of course dozens of emails. This job could not have been possible without the help of specialized software such as Microsoft Office Suite and computer-aided design programs. Moreover, as the job relates to marine engineering field, I had also the opportunity to work directly with the production department right on board the ship. At this moment, I'm working at the same company as a marine engineer, and based on my experiences and people that I've met in the shipyard, I decided to follow up a master's degree program in naval architecture at the Dunărea de Jos University of Galați to study more about this amazing field of engineering. To sum up, it was a great experience, and I definitely recommend the Digital Opportunity Traineeships for students, not only for gaining digital skills, but also to discover new ideas, improving your communication skills, and not least, to connect with others. Thank you.
So Teodor, let's go right back to the beginning of this. How did you learn about the scheme, and what first prompted you to want to get involved?
I have learned this with a conference in the alumni of Naval Academy with an Erasmus program. And basically, the Erasmus mobility for my specializations are for voyages to to go as a deck cadets, and after that to go officers, deck officers. But you can also take this path with ship constructions to work abroad in a shipyard, and I found this way too important than going at sea.
So maybe could you give us 3 examples of the sort of digital skills that you learned that came out of taking part in the initiative?
Well, this is a great question. The first one that comes in my mind is the ability to work with data flows. Since I worked with Excel sheets for materials and Microsoft project for schedules and resource input. Then working with engineering softwares like those computer aided design and 3D visualization softwares, which helps me a lot in production. And last but not least, I consider a good to know skill the ability to use and manage your mailbox, since there are a lot of emails and each of them have your responsibility in it.
We all definitely need that one, that's for sure. Very good.
So yes, this should be the most important ones that make an impact in my daily activity at work.
And maybe a little bit more detail about how you're now using what you learned on the initiative now in your current role. You mentioned that you're with the company and you're continuing in that field. How are you able to identify some of the skills and techniques that you learned as a part of the initiative that you're now absolutely applying? And maybe, it's difficult to say, but maybe you wouldn't have come across those if you hadn't been able to take part in the traineeship.
Currently, I'm working with materials such as pipes and accessories, and I consider that Microsoft Excel is my best partner in visualization and sorting the data. The PDF viewing and editing of drawings can be done with CAD and PDF viewers. Of course, there are many more new things to discover, and I'm open to find them.
And just finally, are there any improvements that you think we should think about, whether challenges when you were on the initiative that you found, and any sort of improvements that you think need to be looked at, thought about, changed?
I have looked up on different workshops on shipbuilding industry, and I saw upcoming trend on virtual reality and implementing this in the shipyards, and for now I'm working with the simulation because it seems that it's a next goal in this industry.
Theodore, we wish you continued success. We thank you for taking part in the initiative, and thank you for being with us today. Thanks for your experiences. Good luck.
Thank you. Best of luck to all of you, and enjoy the session.
Thank you. So now we're going to cross to Greece, and we're going to join Kelly Papadopoulou, who is a student at Platon School Katerini in Greece, and she's a participant in, or been a participant in the Girls Go Circular project. So as a secondary school student, Kelly, you participated in the online learning program, as I was saying, Girls Go Circular. The program's overall objective is to build the digital and entrepreneurial skill sets of girls and young women through an online learning program focused on concrete societal challenges related to the circular economy. So welcome, Kelly. Very nice to have you with us, joining us from Greece. We'd like to hear very much about your experience with the online learning program, and as now you're a higher education student, how the program has contributed to your skills development and how you're using that now.
Well, hello everyone, my name is Kelly. Thank you for having me. Well, honestly, I really liked the program, even if it was online and I prefer human interactions. It was very interesting working with my classmates through Zoom. I learned how to cooperate with others even when we are not at the same place. Girls Go Circular also really boosted my confidence and helped me realize that just because my options are not the same as everyone else, it doesn't mean that I'm doing something wrong. that played a critical role in my decision on what I'm going to study. I always liked STEM subjects, and I knew this is the path that I wanted to follow. But the society has created the false image that girls can make it in this area. So this program showed me that I should break the bias and follow my dreams despite what everyone's saying. Well, another thing that impressed me is how much influence fashion can have, especially on teenage girls. When you are a teenager, what other people think about you is your number one priority, and you will do whatever in order to be accepted by the society. But this program showed us that fashion changes, and you should not base your choices in fashion, but on what you really like, because both fashion and your preferences can change at any minute, but at least the second one is your choice. Participating in a program like this really changes your perspective on what is important in life. Now, on a professional level, Girls Go Circular helped me to learn how to use the internet and the information taken by it, how to protect myself from the threats of the internet, and how to cross-reference the information I receive so that I do not become another victim of misinformation. Thanks to the creative activities that we took part to, like making an appealing presentation for a company that makes environmentally friendly chocolate wrappers, we learned how to use different digital tools, and we practice our business as well as our product promotion skills.
So can you to go back to the beginning again and just tell us what first attracted you to the program? How did you hear about it, and what made you think, yes, Girls Go Circular is a program I want to take part on?
Well, our school is participating in a lot of Erasmus projects. So our teachers were the ones that told us about the program and asked who wants to participate. And when I did some research, let's say, about the program and saw what it's all about, I really want to participate because last year like the previous year, I participated in another project called Science Girls, which was very interesting. I had a great experience and I wanted to do that again.
And so you're now studying, if I've understood correctly, electrical and computer engineering, is that right?
Yes.
And we know, according to the European Commission's Women in Digital Scoreboard from 2019, we understand that women represent about 34% of STEM graduates, so that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and just 17% of ICT, information and communications technology specialists. So what do you think needs to be done to improve those statistics as far as girls and women are concerned? And how could that happen within this program, do you think?
Well, first, let me say that we have to inspire women to enter this field of study and career, along with everything else, also because of the professional prospects. There is a need to encourage young girls to engage in future occupations and to take part in the jobs that will build our future society. But although women constitute half of the world's population, their needs are hardly even taken into consideration, mainly because we live in a world built by men for men. Many studies point out that women have difficulty finding equipment that fits them and their morphology. For example, knee braces, hearing protections, or seat belts. And yet we still find that many of these inventions are adapted and designed for men. Role models can inspire and reduce self-stereotypes of stigmatized groups, which may be the case for women in male-dominated STEM fields. And they need to intervene and encourage little girls to ignore public opinion and just chase the career they dream of. Moreover, parents and teachers must play an essential role in empowering young girls and breaking down stereotypes about certain studies and professions, as receiving both support both at home and in the classroom is a key factor in encouraging young girls to engage in scientific studies. And one more way of achieving this goal is with Erasmus project, like Girls Go Circular. And as I mentioned before, it was because of this project that I was sure that my choice was right. And even before that, I participated in the program, Science Girls, which definitely pushed me into this path. And thanks to those projects, I realized that STEM subjects are not that difficult. We even talked with some women scientists, and they encouraged us not to let others' opinions get to us, but to follow our dreams no matter what they are. And that was definitely a reason that I chose this path.
Tell us a little bit, are you talking to your colleagues and friends and other people about the project, people who are not necessarily involved in it, and how much interest are they showing when you tell them about your own experience, your very inspiring experience?
Well, of course, with every chance, I talk to my friends about this program, especially young girls, and they found it really interesting. They are asking me for more information. They asked me about this Zoom right now that we're doing, and they wanted to watch it. They asked about the link of the project, the site, so that they can learn more about it, because I think we all know the situation right now, which is that girls are not so interested in STEM subjects, so they all want to change it.
So, well, I guess that leads me to my final question for you, really, which is a bit of statistics here. We know that Girls Go Circular reached 7,800 girls last year. The plan is to reach up to 40,000 by 2027. So how do you think we're going to reach that goal? It's great to hear that you're already telling everybody about it, but tell us a little bit more about how you think we might be able to reach that goal, what needs to be perhaps improved, other things that can be brought in. Any thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, promotion on social media, not only by teachers, but also by students, is a very important part of the program. In our society, where internet rules the world, information on social media can be transmitted at a very fast pace. So girls from all over the world can learn about this program, especially when the information comes from peers who share their experiences. One more way of reaching more girls over the years is by organizing meetings of the students from the countries involved, because most kids love to travel, and a trip with their friends abroad could be a powerful motivator to join the program. After all, meeting students from other countries and exchanging views by participating in activities together can be really eye-opening and help them learn many new things, in addition to making their participation more attractive. One more very important thing, I think, is the training of teachers in pedagogical approaches of Girls Go Circular and teaching material, so that learning becomes interesting for children. And that can make girls want to participate in the program, not out of compulsion, but because they had a good time learning, and be open to continue to work on this program, even in their later studies. One of the main reasons that the Girls Go Circular piqued my interest, and I continue to deal with it even after I graduated from high school, was the prospects I saw and the attractive way that our teachers presented it to us. Only if the children keep suffering from this program will their participation be important. Otherwise, it will be just a paper of participation with no value. And moreover, providing incentives like badges or certifications in relation to universities and companies that will recognize them for future studies or careers can certainly attract many participants at a time when unemployment is rising sharply. As more and more people study and gain degrees and knowledge, everyone is chasing any certificate to get on their CV and can earn them a job, thus securing a certificate of participation. is a very powerful incentive for any student.
Kelly, thank you so much for your insights. You talked about role models. I suspect you're going to be a role model for a lot of people piquing their interest in that course as well. So thank you so much. Thanks to
Thank you very much for having me.
We're now going to cross to Germany. Here we have a double act. We have Luciano Zickler and Felix Reimann, who worked on a project called Save Your Dopamine Team. And they were the winners of the Digi EduHack 2020 award. We'll come to that, more about that in a moment. Just a quick couple of words on Felix and Luciano. Felix worked at the National Metrology Institute of Germany and is an accomplished app developer. And Luciano worked in the science behind green hydrogen production, currently doing a master's in artificial intelligence and has been a teacher too. So very qualified to be with us today. So the Digital Education Hack, or Digi EduHack, bit of a mouthful, is a series of online and in-person hackathons that take place all around the world, and they focus on co-creating digital education solutions for a more sustainable world. So you are members of one of the 3 Digi EduHack 2020 winning teams. You won with your solution Save Dopamine, which, as I understand it, assesses skills gaps and then aims to link employees to organizations' projects using artificial intelligence. It's great that you're here to tell us more about this. So, first of all, tell us, what made you participate in the hack, and what did you gain from that experience?
So, first of all, we started in summer 2020. We made up a goal to develop an idea to help employees manage their day. Within the Digi EduHack, we met mentors who helped us with their expertise and told us what is needed from the business side. So the next few weeks in the Digi EduHack, we set up a business plan based on research, which was the first time I've ever made a big plan, and it was really fun. Afterwards, I couldn't stop and made more plans for private projects. So yeah, in short, the Digi EduHack was a Kickstarter to my life plan. And Luciano, what have you learned most from the Digi EduHack?
Thank you, Felix. Yeah, I learned that mentors are actually the key ingredient for success in any project, because alone you won't succeed, right? And we had this amazing mentors from academy and business as well. It was actually from Digi EduHack. They put us in contact with them, so that was amazing. And they gave us insights into their organizations and their skill gaps and their skill matching problems. So what skills have to be developed in the future so that the company can still remain competitive and so on, right? And what I particularly liked about this Digi EduHack is this international projection. So all these mentors I was mentioning, they were from basically all over Europe. And then there is a stage at the competition. It's the final stage where you win by votes, basically, right? And people all over the world voted for us and supported us, which was really amazing. And it's also nice that one of our co-winners, so there's 3 groups winning this contest every year, were from Peru, which is like on the other side of the globe, right? And I really like that, because we are really privileged to live in the European Union. But this contest opened the doors to the whole world. So I'm really grateful for that. And well, maybe the only thing I wanted to maybe add for future editions is that maybe the projects could be supported longer afterwards, right? So maybe the projects could go through incubation or research or partnerships. But there are also other initiatives as well that can support in that. But I think it's a good grassroots project for people to start out their businesses or their ideas to help further society. So thank you, and back to you, Sean.
So tell us a little bit now where the project is up to now. It sounds a really interesting project that you guys have been working on. Where are you up to now with that project?
Yeah, so first of all, probably a bit more to the background of Safe Dopamine. Yeah, Safe Dopamine is a platform which boosts projects quality and delivery time in big companies. And we do that with the wide assessment of skills. Using the data of project specifications, Safe Dopamine's artificial intelligence should suggest qualified people, or even the other way around, showing people the right project they want to work on and where the expertise is needed. Safe Dopamine keeps track of the employees' goals and interests and current skill set. And sharing this knowledge is encouraged by a gamified marketplace where employees gain reward points, which can be spent on further training. And yeah, this encourages self-development and own ideas as employees get their own opportunity to choose their own learning path. And from the company side of view, allowing reskilling and upskilling constantly. So where we stand now is, yeah, we made a plan and building the data sets, how we want to use them. Yeah, for me, Safe Dopamine is a side project which motivates me to learn new things. And yeah, as you said before, actually now cloud computing, which I want.
We've lost your sound somehow. Sorry, we've lost your sound. I'll come back to you a second.
Sorry for that. I will just help Felix out.
Well, let me move to another quick question for you. I was going to ask both of you how your participation in the hack and indeed winning has helped you in the next steps of your careers.
Yeah, so I'm actually studying artificial intelligence, as you said before, and I'm also researching at a university now on this particular topic of skill matching and also everything that is about soft skill kind of assessment, because that's a very difficult part of artificial intelligence, right? And then as well, we are building these data sets, as Felix said, because this journey is not over, right? So we are actually going forward with it as a project that we might also develop with institutions and with some business interests as well. There's been already some interest from all over academia and industry, so that looks good. And we think there's a lot of potential to further develop this idea from a European framework point of view, because this skill matching problem is of an essence to the European Union for their competition in the markets, and also to make an inclusive society, right, in the future. Because of course, the skills or the rate at which skills kind of develop is faster than what normal humans adapt to. So it's kind of a problem to have people keeping their high skilled jobs all over the future, right? So this is something we definitely have to keep track of. And I think it's very important to transition into this fair and inclusive future of work. And that is only possible if we start developing the right tools now. So I like that tool by Jose Sousa, the selfie, very much. He presented before, right? So we are kind of doing a similar thing, but for organizations like, let's say, companies or institutions. And we think that by closing skill gaps, so it's not only assessing skills, but it's also maybe finding the hidden champions, which is a very important concept in all of this workforce skill finding, let's say. Yeah, it's very important to identify those hidden champions, right? And also give them a fighting chance. And I think
Lucien, I'm going to have to interrupt you there because time is against us as ever. Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you, Felix.
Thanks.
I'm sorry we had some technical problem there, but and very nice to see your cat joining in with the conversation as well. So well done, congratulations, good luck in your ongoing career developments, and thanks for being part of that program. So goodbye to Germany and hello to Italy. We're going to move now to Sandra Troia, who is joining us from Italy. She's a teacher, an author, currently working with the European Commission on projects to combat misinformation and to promote digital literacy. Really, really important, not least in the world that we live in just at the moment, particularly. So, Sandra, very good to have you with us. You were part of the what's called Community of Practice, responsible for updating the European Digital Competence Framework. That's quite a mouthful, but I think we get the meaning. It's also known as DigCom for short. That's a bit easier to say. This framework defines what it means to be digitally competent, as I understand it, and it will now include competences relating to digital literacy, AI, data, and much more. So give us a little bit of a taster, an overview of why the update was needed in the first place and what your experience was as taking part in that community of practice.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. This update of DigCop is actually for giving new examples. It was necessary to cover one of the main dimension of DigComp, which is dimension 4, examples of the knowledge, skills, and attitudes applicable to each competence. Dimension 4 had not been updated since DigComp 1.0. To clarify, in DigComp 2.0, we can find the structure of the framework, 5 areas and 21 competencies. It is a dimension 1 and dimension 2. In DigComp 2.1, we find the levels of proficiency for each competence, dimension 3, and use cases on applicability of the competence to different contexts, dimension 5. In DigComp 2.2, the focus is on dimension 4. There are more than 250 new examples of knowledge, skills, attitudes. It was needed to help education and training providers update their DigComp curriculum and course material to face today's challenges. To be active part of the community of practice was, of course, for me, a significant professional experience because I had the opportunity to discuss with colleagues from different countries and with heterogeneous backgrounds. I am a teacher and researcher, and I have been using DigComp since version 1.0 to design learning scenarios for my classes. I have also followed the upgrades and understand the importance of the new step for those who use DigComp as a reference. In the community of practice, we focus on the fact-checking of online content, edit sources, digital accessibilities, and citizen interacting with artificial intelligence systems to address new opportunities and risks stemming from recent developments in social media and digital technology. Indeed, it's possible to use the examples in DigComp 2.2 to address themes that are relevant in today's societies. Misinformation and disinformation in social media and news sites linked with information and media literacy. The trend of the datafication of internet services and apps. Citizens interacting with artificial intelligence systems, emerging technologies such as Internet of Things and environmental sustainability concerns.
Sandra, that's really interesting to hear that sort of tour d'horizon of how it works. I know the community of practice, as I understand it, was divided into 12 thematic groups. So which one were you particularly involved in, and why were you involved with that particular one?
Participation in the community of practice was characterized by a process that actively involved all participants in a kind of continuous movement. At the beginning of the process, I was part of the group 1, information literacy, but after a review and control, some of the working groups were merged. Information literacy was merged with media literacy. It was necessary to ensure as horizontal a view as possible. The aim of the working groups was to identify new digital competence requirements for citizens resulting from developments in the digital world, and then to propose initial suggestions for examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes related to these requirements. Both requirements and examples were drawn from heterogeneous resources, academic materials, training materials, curricula, educational and informational sources, and important policy documents. After the requirements were defined, they were assigned to each of 21 competencies outlined in DigComp 2.0, and more detailed work began on defining examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. I took part in the information literacy groups because I am particularly interested in evaluation, use, and communication of information, and in defining learning experience to combat large-scale disinformation and misinformation.
Sandra, thank you so much for that. It's very useful to hear that. And thanks indeed to all our participants. We're now out of time, but I hope you found it really interesting to hear how all those different projects and initiatives are actually working on the ground, as it were, and why people have felt inspired to participate. And maybe it's inspired many of you to look more closely at some of those initiatives. It's also really important for those making policy decisions to hear the actual experiences on the ground so that they understand how things are working, what the challenges are, how we need to evolve. So thank you to all of you for taking part and being with us today at the forum. In a moment, we're going to have more of your social media comments. So once again, thanks for being with us, and thanks for communicating and using social media as we've been going through the forum this morning. We've heard from Commissioner Gabriel, we've heard from the futurist Perttu Pölönen, those who devise and implement the policies that make digital technology a success across Europe, and those who actually use them. That's what we've just been hearing on a day-to-day basis as educational tools. We've been hearing the initiatives, the programs, and how they all work and how they really work at the coalface, as it were. So just before we break for lunch, let's turn to you and see what you've all been talking about. You've been using the hashtags, and I encourage you to keep on using them throughout the day, DEAP and Digital Ed Forum. So I think you can now see on your screens various comments that people have been making. So I see there's a mention of Perttu here. It says that he mentioned technology doesn't solve all the problems and that we do not have to forget about the human. That was a really interesting point that he made, wasn't it? That I think he said the computer can't hug him, which I thought was an interesting comment to make, and of course it can't. So our next digital education challenge is that the tweet goes on, might be to find the right balance between technologies and the human. Could robotics help? That's a really interesting point to make. Biljana says, at Perttu, He highlighted the growing importance of human skills, compassion, creativity, perseverance, which need to be part of the discussion on digital education. So it's not just all about, people seem to be saying it's not just all about the cold technology, if you want to put it that way, but we also need to think about the human input as well. And clearly that's the way in which things are very much going to develop. And I think when I asked Perttu about looking at the world 30 years from now, that was definitely something that he brought up. And then we have another comment from, I think it's northeast Romania, that looks like. So live digital education stakeholder forum brings together the policymakers, as we were saying, the practitioners and representatives from civil society and business. Absolutely, everybody involved. You can follow that. And everyone is very much involved. It's very much your forum. And we want to ask you to continue using those hashtags DEAP and Digital Ed Forum to keep in touch with us and to get messages to us, and very much to keep in touch with each other and continue beyond the forum as well. So lunch is just around the corner. During lunch, you can indeed, if you want to, watch a couple of open screen parallel sessions that look at the tools that are on offer. We've grouped them into two different groups. Meet the Selfie family, which includes Selfie for work-based learning, and Selfie for teachers. We've been hearing about some of those. I think you can see them on the screen now. And then session 2 is 3 tools and frameworks called there we have DigiComp 2, Artificial Intelligence Pilot, and HE Innovate. So during the lunch break, do take a look at that. And don't forget that if you have any questions and you're a registered participant, you can use the Ask Me Anything button on the top right corner of the screens. The team are there through the lunch break and throughout this afternoon to answer your questions. And also on the screen, you've got a resources button as well. There is a lot of information about all the programs and plans and the forum and beyond for you to have a look at. Lots of links and links related to what we've been hearing about this morning as well. So please take a look at that. So the next session after lunch is called Empowered in the Digital Age, the Voice of Young People. We definitely think you want to be here for that. That begins at 13:40 Central European Time. We wish you a very pleasant lunch, and we look forward to seeing you back at 13:40. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello, everybody. This is a message for the Stakeholder Forum from DIGCOMP 2.2 update.
What does it mean to be digitally competent today? Digital competence involves confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning, at work, and for participation in society. What is the DIGCOMP 2.2 update in a nutshell? There are more than 250 new examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes to help education and training providers update their DIGCOMP curriculum and course material to face today's challenges. As such, the list of DIGCOMP competences and areas remain the same. These 250 examples focus on fact-checking online content and its sources, also known as information literacy, digital accessibility, and importantly, citizens interacting with AI systems to address new opportunities and risks stemming from recent developments in social media and digital technologies. DIGCOMP can also play a central role in achieving our ambitious EU objectives, such as reaching a minimum of 80% of the population with basic digital skills by 2030, which the EU has set in the Digital Compass and the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan.
Let me now give some examples how the new DICOM 2.2 publication will look like, and what do we really mean with these examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. We have competence of evaluating data, information, and content online, and importantly, verifying its sources. Now, one of the examples here that I'm giving you is a knowledge example. So this means that citizens should be aware that, or knows that, recognizes that. That's always the phrasing that we use. In this case, we focus on AI algorithms. They are today everywhere. When you, for example, go and search information online, on search engine results pages, or when you're looking for products to buy, and so on. So here, in these examples, we say it would be helpful if you're aware that AI algorithms might not always be configured to provide only the information that the user wants to see, but there might be some other messages like commercial or political messages pushed forward. We also talk about AI algorithms creating echo chambers or filter bubbles. We explain what they mean. Let me now move forward and give you a scenario about citizens interacting with AI systems. So when we're talking about AI systems, we are really talking about apps, these AI algorithms behind things, and not about AI as such. We want you to be more aware and more alerted so that you can be responsibly using these systems and you can be safe when you're doing it online. Example here is a voice assistant. They use, for example, AI to understand your speech. Here, in this case, a person is using a vacuum cleaner, robot vacuum cleaner, that also uses AI, in this case, machine learning to help map and navigate the room, and also some AI algorithms to recommend a cleaning schedule. So idea is not that you know how to operate these things. We are more worried about your personal data, sharing the personal data with third parties, knowing that your personal data is collected, and so on. So let me give you examples here. Again, knowledge example. Aware that voice interactions with a virtual assistant are personal data, and in terms of EU's GDPR, that's how we consider them. And there might be risks to security and privacy when you're sharing this kind of data with apps, but also if the apps are sharing this data with third parties. So in our examples, we really drill down on explaining these things to citizens. We also give attitude examples. Here, being critical user is important. So you know how to weigh the benefits and risks, for example, before allowing third parties to process your personal data. So you're aware that this could be actually not only used by the app itself, but also third parties, which could be other companies, governments, cyber criminals, you name it. A third part of our examples are skills, knows how to do, can do, and so on. So here we give an example of skill, knows how to modify user configurations in these apps, for example, to enable or prevent or moderate how the AI systems track and collect data about you. This is, in a nutshell, how the DICOM 2.2 update will look like. We are out by March 22nd by the Stakeholder Forum. So we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
The Digital Education Action Plan is exploring the benefits of AI for education, and more specifically, how AI methods can be used for reducing the skills mismatch and predicting new skills.
In detail, in the framework of Action 10 on Artificial Intelligence and Analytics of the 2018 Digital Education Action Plan, support is provided to research and innovation activities. The European Commission is following up on the skills charge by EIT InnoEnergy that bridges the skills gap in the energy sector with the power of AI. The free skills charge app, powered by artificial intelligence that identifies skills in texts, helps students and job seekers acquire these critical skills by matching their background and expertise with relevant energy jobs and courses. Let us visit the Skills Charge website on skillcharge.innoenergy.com and test the tool. On this website, you should go a little further down and locate the Try It Out Today button. As soon as you click on this button, you are transferred on another web page where you must fill in some info on the skills extraction form and also attach your CV. So let's take a few seconds to do that. And then I will click on the Browse button and attach my CV. And I will also have to accept the terms and conditions and the warranty statement. Then I click on Analyze my CV and wait for a few seconds. As you can see, the skills profile is now ready. There are a lot of skills identified in my CV. Some of them have an arrow next to them, which means that they are skills that are trending. And apart from the skills profile extracted from my CV, there are also trending jobs that match my skills and my expertise. The best match, as you can see, is a 93% match on Business Intelligence Architect. There are quite a lot of job titles and their matching scores. If you want to know more about one specific job, you may click on View Job, and on the next web page, you can find a short description of this specific job profile, in our case, the Business Intelligence Architect, and also you may find some suggested courses that you can attend in order to gain some new skills on this topic, on this profile, or enhance them. For example, the platform edX provides a course on Introduction to Apache Spark. The platform FutureLearn provides another course on Big Data from Data to Decisions, and so on. If you want to learn more about the course, you can click on Read More, and there will be a full description of the course. In addition, if you click on the button Take this course, you can actually be redirected to the platform where you can register and attend the course. If you want to know more about this tool, you can actually subscribe to the EIT InnoEnergy newsletter or contact them through their social media.
The AI for EduCAD system is developed to reflect the impact of AI on educational analytics and how a smart use of data can support education design and policy making. This is achieved by using AI methods to link the skills acquired during education to the skills relevant for the occupations needed by the labor market. The main business capabilities and business services supported by the AI for EduCAD system are to collect information about educational programs and courses of the higher education institutions of the European Union, and also to provide data analytics and visualization tools for the education programs and courses, primarily for the stakeholders from the higher education sector, but also for the public in general. In the following short demo, we will search for an educational program from Malta and see what ESCO skills have been identified by the AI analysis module and what occupations are associated with those skills. We type Malta in the country search box, followed by the name of the university which is currently in the database of the system, namely Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology. And we select the Bachelor of Arts in Business Enterprise as an educational program of interest. Below we see a graph depicting as a red node the educational program. By clicking on the red node, the graph is expanded to show the courses within that program as orange nodes. By clicking on a course node, for example the consumer behavior course, we can see what ESCO skills the AI module has identified as similar. We can increase or decrease the return skills by using the slider above. Each skill is denoted as a blue node. Hovering over each node can reveal additional information about it. By clicking on an edge between a course and a skill, the similarity transparency page appears that shows the course syllabus and its learning outcomes, as well as the skill description and the calculated similarity. The graph can be further expanded by clicking on the skill in order to reveal the associated occupations. Finally, by clicking on each occupation, users can also see the associated hard or soft skills for the selected occupation. By right-clicking on a node, you can collapse it. All the analysis can be exported into JPEG, Excel, PDF formats, or can be shared to social media such as Twitter and Facebook. Additionally, we can also see the top 10 hard and soft skills for the program that can also be exported to various formats, as well as the top 10 occupations for that given program.
If you wish to learn more about these AI projects, you may send an email to eac-digitaleducation@ec.europa.eu or email our colleague Ms. Maria Guduma.
Hello, I'm Sujoy Yavorka, a managing consultant at Technopolis Group. I'm here to tell you about H-Innovate, an initiative of the European Commission together with the OECD. H-Innovate is an online self-assessment tool that has the purpose to help higher education institutions to become more entrepreneurial and innovative. H-Innovate was developed through the collaboration with an expert group, and it includes 8 dimensions. The 8 dimensions you can see now on the website. The online self-assessment tool covers these 8 dimensions, which are leadership and governance, organizational capacity, funding, people and incentives, entrepreneurial teaching and learning, preparing and supporting entrepreneurs, digital transformation and capability, knowledge exchange and collaboration, the internationalized institution, and measuring impact. H-Innovate, as I mentioned, was launched back in 2013, and by now it has gained a significant user community. It was completed by over 27,000 times, and there are almost 28,000 registered users. H-Innovate has been used by over 1,500 different higher education institutions from all across the world. There are over 2,000 groups on the website. The statistics can be all found updated constantly on the website of H-Innovate. Since it is an online self-assessment tool, it can be accessed freely for everyone and from anywhere in the world. H-Innovate is, as I mentioned, at the core of H-Innovate is a self-assessment tool, which covers these 8 dimensions. The 8 dimensions each have statements within, and today we will look at the digital transformation and capability area. If you consider what are the key characteristics of an entrepreneurial and innovative institution, considering the topic of digital transformation and capability, you can read a number of statements here. First, you can read a short description about the importance of the digital technologies and how higher education institutions should be considering it. And underneath, you can read different statements, which you can consider how your institution is performing along. For example, the first statement is, the higher education institution fosters a digital culture and implements and monitors a digital strategy supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. On the slider, you can decide how well your institution performs along this statement, whether it's 5, it scores very highly, or it should be even one. If someone doesn't have an opinion about the statement, it can be also left at an NA. We also provide a short description and explanation about these statements, so it gives more ideas what was meant, and some examples to have how a higher education institution could score highly, for example. However, considering the digital transformation and capabilities, it is not just about the digital culture and its monitoring strategy when it comes to a higher education institution. Higher education institutions also need to invest in, manage, and continuously improve a fit-for-purpose digital infrastructure. They also have to actively support the use of digital technologies to enhance quality and equity in teaching and learning and assessment. They also have to consider the use of open educational resources, open science, and open data practices to improve the performance of the institution and to increase their impact on their ecosystem. They also should be making full use of digital capacity and promote sustainable and inclusive innovation in entrepreneurship. So when this dimension was developed for H-Innovate, the expert group who worked together thought that these are the 5 areas that should be definitely considered and taken into account for a higher education institution. To help how to achieve and score highly in these areas and how a higher education institution can aspire to do different activities, there are different resources on H-Innovate which can be read to gain inspiration. For example, there are guidance notes. So each of these statements I've just read to you, there is a short description in the form of a guidance note that gives you further information and the idea how your institution could further enhance its activities. For example, looking at the digital technologies to enhance quality and equity in teaching, learning, and assessment, the guidance notes give you some idea about the necessary skills to fully engage with the opportunities offered by digital means, which is true for both staff and students. It talks about the resource allocation for skills development, the experimentation of new technologies, and time allocation for designing new ways of working. It again highlights the digital competencies and skills which are critical to be able to use the technologies. And also in terms of the form of teaching, the new emerging pedagogies and technologies and the innovation, supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. Of course, sharing good practices are crucial when it comes to new innovative models. In addition to these guidance notes, there are also additional resources on H-Innovate to help with the uptake of these activities. There are a set of case studies which look into the practices of different institutions, such as entrepreneurship and digital transformation at the University of Turku from Finland, on the entrepreneurship education on a digital path for family businesses at GEA College from Slovenia. We also looked into the LoopMe scientific social media tool by Chalmers University of Technology. There are examples from the Riga Business School in terms of entrepreneurship and digital transformation, and from Naples, Italy. If you look at the case studies on the website in our resources and the case studies, you can filter that through digital, look at the case studies available for this dimension, digital transformation, and you will find them here. Since 2020, H-Innovate has also been running a series of webinars to help with the user community to discuss different events. Among these, of course, digital transformation has been at a very important topic and was discussed multiple times. If you look at news and events and look at the webinars, you can find different summary articles and also the recordings of these webinars. We looked into back in June 2020, but to the different policy approaches that were available and also institutional responses to digital transformation. We looked into entrepreneurship support and digitalization. And we also looked into boosting digital transformation in higher education institutions and what are the different approaches. So if you wish to learn more about digital transformation and capability and how H-Innovate has tackled it, please browse the website and have a look at the different types of materials. If you have any questions, you can always send an email to the help desk, which is info@hinnovate.eu, to ask any questions you have, and we would be happy to provide further information to you. Thank you very much.
everybody. This is a message for the Stakeholder Forum from DIGCOMP 2.2 update.
What does it mean to be digitally competent today? Digital competence involves confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning, at work, and for participation in society. What is the DIGCOMP 2.2 update in a nutshell? There are more than 250 new examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes to help education and training providers update their DIGCOMP curriculum and course material to face today's challenges. As such, the list of DIGCOMP competences and areas remain the same. These 250 examples focus on fact-checking online content and its sources, also known as information literacy, digital accessibility, and importantly, citizens interacting with AI systems to address new opportunities and risks stemming from recent developments in social media and digital technologies. DIGCOMP can also play a central role in achieving our ambitious EU objectives, such as reaching a minimum of 80% of the population with basic digital skills by 2030, which the EU has set in the Digital Compass and the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan.
Let me now give some examples how the new DIGCOMP 2.2 publication will look like, and what do we really mean with these examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. We have competence of evaluating data, information, and content online, and importantly, verifying its sources. Now, one of the examples here that I'm giving you is the knowledge example. So this means that citizens should be aware that, or knows that, recognizes that. That's always the phrasing that we use. In this case, we focus on AI algorithms. They are today everywhere. When you, for example, go and search information online, on search engine results pages, or when you're looking for products to buy, and so on. So here, in these examples, we say it would be helpful if you're aware that AI algorithms might not always be configured to provide only the information that the user wants to see, but there might be some other messages like commercial or political messages pushed forward. We also talk about AI algorithms creating echo chambers or filter bubbles. We explain what they mean. Let me now move forward and give you a scenario about citizens interacting with AI systems. So when we're talking about AI systems, we are really talking about apps, these AI algorithms behind things, and not about AI as such. We want you to be more aware and more alerted so that you can be responsibly using these systems and you can be safe when you're doing it online. Example here is a voice assistant. They use, for example, AI to understand your speech. Here in this case, a person is using a vacuum cleaner, robot vacuum cleaner that also uses AI, in this case, machine learning to help map and navigate the room, and also some AI algorithms to recommend a cleaning schedule. So idea is not that you know how to operate these things. We are more worried about your personal data, sharing the personal data with third parties, knowing that your personal data is collected, and so on. So let me give you examples here. Again, knowledge example. Aware that voice interactions with a virtual assistant are personal data, and in terms of EU's GDPR, that's how we consider them. And there might be risks to security and privacy when you're sharing this kind of data with apps, but also if the apps are sharing this data with third parties. So in our examples, we really drill down on explaining these things to citizens. We also give attitude examples. Here, being critical user is important. So you know how to weigh the benefits and risks, for example, before allowing third parties to process your personal data. So you're aware that this could be actually not only used by the app itself, but also third parties, which could be other companies governments, cyber criminals, you name it. A third part of our examples are skills, knows how to do, can do, and so on. So here we give an example of skill, knows how to modify user configurations in these apps, for example, to enable or prevent or moderate how the AI systems track and collect data about you. This is, in a nutshell, how the DICOM 2.2 update will look like. We are out by March 22nd by the Stakeholder Forum, so we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
The Digital Education Action Plan is exploring the benefits of AI for education, and more specifically, how AI methods can be used for reducing the skills mismatch and predicting new skills.
In detail, in the framework of Action 10 on Artificial Intelligence and Analytics of the 2018 Digital Education Action Plan, support is provided to research and innovation activities. The European Commission is following up on the skills charge by EIT InnoEnergy that bridges the skills gap in the energy sector with the power of AI. The free skills charge app, powered by artificial intelligence that identifies skills in texts, helps students and job seekers acquire these critical skills by matching their background and expertise with relevant energy jobs and courses. Let us visit the Skills Charge website on skillcharge.innoenergy.com and test the tool. On this website, you should go a little further down and locate the Try It Out Today button. As soon as you click on this button, you are transferred on another web page where you must fill in some info on the skills extraction form and also attach your CV. So let's take a few seconds to do that. And then I will click on the Browse button and attach my CV. And I will also have to accept the terms and conditions and the warranty statement. Then I click on Analyze my CV and wait for a few seconds. As you can see, the skills profile is now ready. There are a lot of skills identified in my CV. Some of them have an arrow next to them, which means that they are skills that are trending. And apart from the skills profile extracted from my CV, there are also trending jobs that match my skills and my expertise. The best match, as you can see, is a 93% match on Business Intelligence Architect. There are quite a lot of job titles and their matching scores. If you want to know more about one specific job, you may click on View Job, and on the next web page, you can find a short description of this specific job profile, in our case, the Business Intelligence Architect, and also you may find some suggested courses that you can attend in order to gain some new skills on this topic, on this profile, or enhance them. For example, the platform edX provides a course on Introduction to Apache Spark. The platform FutureLearn provides another course on Big Data from Data to Decisions, and so on. If you want to learn more about the course, you can click on Read More, and there will be a full description of the course. In addition, if you click on the button Take this course, you can actually be redirected to the platform where you can register and attend the course. If you want to know more about this tool, you can actually subscribe to the EIT InnoEnergy newsletter or contact them through their social media.
The AI for EduCAD system is developed to reflect the impact of AI on educational analytics and how a smart use of data can support education design and policy making. This is achieved by using AI methods to link the skills acquired during education to the skills relevant for the occupations needed by the labor market. The main business capabilities and business services supported by the AI for Educate system are to collect information about educational programs and courses of the higher education institutions of the European Union, and also to provide data analytics and visualization tools for the education programs and courses, primarily for the stakeholders from the higher education sector, but also for the public in general. In the following short demo, we will search for an educational program from Malta and see what ESCO skills have been identified by the AI analysis module and what occupations are associated with those skills. We type Malta in the country search box, followed by the name of the university which is currently in the database of the system, namely Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology. And we select the Bachelor of Arts in Business Enterprise as an educational program of interest. Below we see a graph depicting as a red node the educational program. By clicking on the red node, the graph is expanded to show the courses within that program as orange nodes. By clicking on a course node, for example the consumer behavior course, we can see what ESCO skills the AI module has identified as similar. We can increase or decrease the return skills by using the slider above. Each skill is denoted as a blue node. Hovering over each node can reveal additional information about it. By clicking on an edge between a course and a skill, the similarity transparency page appears that shows the course syllabus and its learning outcomes, as well as the skill description and the calculated similarity. The graph can be further expanded by clicking on the skill in order to reveal the associated occupations. Finally, by clicking on each occupation, users can also see the associated hard or soft skills for the selected occupation. By right-clicking on a node, you can collapse it. All the analysis can be exported into JPEG, Excel, PDF formats, or can be shared to social media such as Twitter and Facebook. Additionally, we can also see the top 10 hard and soft skills for the program that can also be exported to various formats, as well as the top 10 occupations for that given program.
If you wish to learn more about these AI projects, you may send an email to eac-digitaleducation@ec.europa.eu or email our colleague Ms. Maria Guduma.
Hello, I'm Shujo Yavorka, a managing consultant at Technopolis Group. I'm here to tell you about H-Innovate, an initiative of the European Commission together with the OECD. H-Innovate is an online self-assessment tool that has the purpose to help higher education institutions to become more entrepreneurial and innovative. H-Innovate was developed through the collaboration with an expert group, and it includes 8 dimensions. The 8 dimensions you can see now on the website. The online self-assessment tool covers these 8 dimensions, which are leadership and governance, organizational capacity, funding, people and incentives, entrepreneurial teaching and learning, preparing and supporting entrepreneurs, digital transformation and capability, knowledge exchange and collaboration, the internationalized institution, and measuring impact. H-Innovate, as I mentioned, was launched back in 2013, and by now it has gained a significant user community. It was completed by over 27,000 times, and there are almost 28,000 registered users. H-Innovate has been used by over 1,500 different higher education institutions from all across the world. There are over 2,000 groups on the website. These statistics can be all found updated constantly on the website of H-Innovate. Since it is an online self-assessment tool, it can be accessed freely for everyone and from anywhere in the world. H-Innovate is, as I mentioned, at the core of H-Innovate is a self-assessment tool, which covers these 8 dimensions. The 8 dimensions each have statements within, and today we will look at the digital transformation and capability area. If you consider what are the key characteristics of an entrepreneurial and innovative institution, considering the topic of digital transformation and capability, you can read a number of statements here. First, you can read a short description about the importance of the digital technologies and how higher education institutions should be considering it. And underneath, you can read different statements, which you can consider how your institution is performing along. For example, the first statement is, the higher education institution fosters a digital culture and implements and monitors a digital strategy supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. On the slider, you can decide how well your institution performs along this statement, whether it's 5, it scores very highly, or it should be even 1. If someone doesn't have an opinion about the statement, it can be also left at an NA. We also provide a short description and explanation about these statements, so it gives more ideas what was meant, and some examples to have how a higher education institution could score highly, for example. However, considering the digital transformation and capabilities, it is not just about the digital culture and its monitoring strategy when it comes to a higher education institution. Higher education institutions also need to invest in, manage, and continuously improve a fit-for-purpose digital infrastructure. They also have to actively support the use of digital technologies to enhance quality and equity in teaching and learning and assessment. They also have to consider the use of open educational resources, open science, and open data practices to improve the performance of the institution and to increase their impact on their ecosystem. They also should be making full use of digital capacity and promote sustainable and inclusive innovation in entrepreneurship. So when this dimension was developed for H-Innovate, the expert group who worked together thought that these are the 5 areas that should be definitely considered and taken into account for a higher education institution. To help how to achieve and score highly in these areas and how a higher education institution can aspire to. So each of these state equity in teaching, learning, and assessment, the guidance notes give you some idea about the necessary skills to fully engage with the opportunities offered by digital means, which is true for both staff and students. It talks about the resource allocation for skills development, the experimentation of new technologies, and time allocation for designing new ways of working. It again highlights the digital competencies and skills which are critical to be able to use the technologies. And also, in terms of the form of teaching, the new emerging pedagogies and technologies and the innovation, supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. Of course, sharing good practices are crucial when it comes to new innovative models. In addition to these guidance notes, there are also additional resources on H-Innovate to help with the uptake of these activities. There are a set of case studies which look into the practices of different institutions, such as entrepreneurship and digital transformation at the University of Turku from Finland, on the entrepreneurship education on a digital path for family businesses at GEA College from Slovenia. We also looked into the LoopMe scientific social media tool by Chalmers University of Technology. There are examples from the Riga Business School in terms of entrepreneurship and digital transformation, and from Naples, Italy. If you look at the case studies on the website in our resources and the case studies, you can filter that through digital to look at the case studies available for this dimension, digital transformation, and you will find them here. Since 2020, H-Innovate has also been running a series of webinars to help with the user community to discuss different events. Among these, of course, digital transformation has been at a very important topic and was discussed multiple times. If you look at news and events and look at the webinars, you can find different summary articles and also the recordings of these webinars. We looked into back in June 2020, but to the different policy approaches that were available, and also institutional responses to digital transformation. We looked into entrepreneurship support and digitalization. And we also looked into boosting digital transformation in higher education institutions and what are the different approaches. So if you wish to learn more about digital transformation and capability and how H-Innovate has tackled it, please browse the website and have a look at the different types of materials. If you have any questions, you can always send an email to the help desk, which is info@hinnovate.eu, to ask any questions you have, and we would be happy to provide further information to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. This is a message for the Stakeholder Forum from DICOM 2.
Any order they choose, and not necessarily in the given sequence. Here we can see the main page where teachers provide their responses. Here we can see the main page where teachers provide their responses. The tool also allows individual teachers to initiate on their own, at any point of time, a self-reflection to see where they stand in the use of digital technologies. The tool also allows any user to create a group and invite teachers who can share their results and co-design their professional learning. Based on their results, teachers can design their individual learning paths, while at the same time allows the use of anonymized aggregated data to support group planning, such as identifying group common training needs, design courses, material, and resources. Another key feature is that teachers receive a personalized feedback report with their results and suggestions how to level up, generated by the system. They have this feedback per area at any time they complete one area, or a comprehensive report of all areas where they complete their self-reflection. This report is for the individual teacher alone and is not shared unless a teacher decides to do so. Teachers also have a visual representation of their results. They can see their overall digital competence, their results per area, and an overview of their results in each item. They can also compare their results over time or with group averages. Group creators have such data visualizations for their group's aggregate data as well. They can also see a detailed text with personalized feedback with suggestions how to level up. Teachers can keep a history of their self-reflections, allowing them to access their results and feedback reports. Teachers can also choose to compare self-reflections over time and with group averages. They can also access the participation certificate and digital badge. Safe for Teachers aims at supporting teachers to further develop their digital competence through a self-reflection process. It also aims to scaffold teachers and encourage them to be actively engaged in their professional growth by building an ecosystem around it. Safe for Teachers suggests a continuous learning process, and you can see here the steps the teacher can take. Safe for Teachers ecosystem aims to scaffold and facilitate teachers in their journeys by providing supporting material and resources, training opportunities, access to communities of practice, shared teacher stories.
So what are the benefits for teachers of using the tool? The tool can help teachers to design their professional learning paths for their context. Maybe they work at primary sector, maybe they're a secondary school teacher. So really it's about the fit of digital technologies for the context of the teacher. They can work as an individual to use the tool, but also, as we've explained, they can work together as a group of teachers within a school, or perhaps on a project together, or in a teacher education program. They can implement their new digital competences in their practice, and of course, they can compare their progress over time by using Selfie for Teachers
for example, every year or twice a year, so they can compare how they're doing and where the progress has been made. So just some feedback quickly from teachers. A primary school teacher who said that the tool really allowed them to reflect on their teaching practice, help them understand their strengths and their gaps in how they're using technology. We had good feedback from teachers on the visuals that they get in the feedback report. It helped them to see where they could focus on for improvement. And from a teacher educator, it's a great tool to help teachers to see where they're at in terms of their ability to use EdTech in their teaching, and it's coming at the right time. Just to say as well that we have plenty of support material available too. If you're interested in using the tool, maybe you want to tell teachers in your own school about the tool, maybe you're working in teacher education, for example. So plenty of support material. We've lots of videos, infographics, poster, leaflet, postcard that are available in all official EU languages.
So, are you ready to find out how digitally competent you are? Join Selfie for Teachers for a professional learning journey to help you build your digital competence.
Good afternoon. Very much hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope you enjoyed this morning's sessions. We certainly enjoyed having you with us. Lots of participation there, lots of ideas and lots of thoughts. Thank you very much for being part of that. And indeed, keep that conversation going. Please keep using the hashtags DEAP and Digital Ed Forum. We will return to those comments a little later in the session. So, the next session is called Empowered in the Digital Age, the Voice of Young People. And indeed, we want to hear about young people and their experiences. We want to hear what it means to be a digital native and learn what needs to be done to make sure that young people can be empowered, knowledgeable, and confident with those digital technologies in the 21st century. I'm absolutely delighted now to introduce the perfectly qualified moderator for the session, the European Commission's Youth Coordinator, Biljana Sirakova. Biljana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome to all participants and to the panelists to this panel on Empowered in the Digital Age, the Voice of Young People. So in the forum today, we have heard some really good insights on digital education in the involvement of different stakeholders. And of course, young people and youth organizations which represent young people are a key stakeholder in digital education and training. And so in this session, we will have some guests who will tell us from their own personal experience and lens what they think about digital transformation, the role of young people, youth participation, etc. So I would like to welcome our panelists to this discussion. First, we have Radostin Chulakov. Radostin is a 16-year-old student who is developing software products, and he started programming when he was only 9. This is just amazing, Radostin. And he's the founder of a machine learning program, a Bulgarian one, which is called Azbuki ML. And which this machine learning program helps Bulgarian businesses integrate machine learning solutions in their products. Then we have Anael. Welcome, Anael, to this discussion. Anael is also a student. She's 19 years old. And since high school, she's been particularly driven by the channeling and empowering young voices in ICTs. So she's leading since 2020 the Futurecasters Summit, an international telecommunications union, and she'll tell us more about youth empowerment. Then we have Francesco Perconti. He is responsible for the management of TechSoups, European projects targeting youth. So that's a welcome, Francesco, and we'll be happy to hear more about the work of TechSoup. And finally, we have Jacob Grodecki. He's the Vice President of the European Student Union and a member of the Advisory Council on Youth in the Council of Europe. Welcome, Jacob. So are you ready for this discussion? You are? Okay, I can hear see some nods. So let's start maybe with the first question. So what we propose to do is to have about 2 questions from each of you. We'll have 4 rounds, and then we can open the space for really questions from the audience. So dear audiences, please do send us your questions, and you can, I think there are a number of ways to do it. So maybe let's start with Justine, a question to you. Like I said, you are very young and you started programming when you were quite a child, really. Can you tell us really what brought you in programming in the first place?
Yeah, so hello, and thank you for having me. So I have always been a pretty curious child, and I wanted to know how everything around me works, from phones, computers, etc. And when one day a relative of mine showed me what programming is, I was amazed and started doing it on my own, self-teaching myself. So I started searching the web, watching videos and lessons, and slowly became better and better at it. And in this sense, my opinion is that young people do not actually need someone to teach them everything, but they need someone who will light up that spark of curiosity. And then they can evolve into success in actually any area that may be technology or something else.
It's great that this interest has started from an early age. I'm sure it sets the stage for many new accomplishments for you in the future. We saw that on Twitter you described yourself as a software engineer plus dreamer. So today we are talking about digital education and digital transformation. So can you tell us a bit about your dreams in that area? What do you dream about when you think of the world in the future, in the digital age?
So digital technologies in recent years have enabled us to be more connected, to work more efficiently, to study more efficiently. And we even went through a pandemic, and I cannot imagine it without the help of the internet and all those technologies. So my dreams in general are to see even more helpful technologies develop in the areas of education, healthcare, finance, everywhere. And personally, my dreams include to be a part of that development, either by working on innovative projects or by continuing doing research in the fields of machine learning and software development.
Great, and just maybe one thing to mention that, of course, you referred to it during the pandemic. A lot of young people were stuck at home, and education, completely moved online, and many of them have to find like new skills and develop. Do you have any tips for young people to develop their skills, and maybe not only for young people, because this can apply really for anyone?
Yeah, so one of the greatest opportunities we have is this space called the internet, and everyone can learn there. So I cannot imagine doing this online schooling 10 years ago, let's say. We didn't have all these resources then. So having them now allows students, and not only students, but young people in general, to learn new skills, learn new things that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And in my opinion, that's actually one of the most important skills to have, how to learn and how to search for information. So it doesn't matter in which area you are developing. It may be software engineering, it may be something else. The most important skill today for me is to be able to go online and find what you are looking for. And there are resources for everything.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So if there's the curiosity and the interest, people can find really the resources. Thank you for that first intervention. And now let's go to you, Anael. You started since high school in your work of empowering young people and giving them a voice in the digital sphere. So what do you think is needed for this voice to be heard?
Thank you, Vivian, and thank you for having me on this forum. So yeah, definitely, I've been working since high school to try to understand what those tools would be, what our generation like really needs to be empowered online. And I think like the first one that comes to mind for me is trust and safety. I've worked with the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, and their Child Online Protection Initiative. And that implied going into the classroom of 7, 8 years old and having a talk about their experiences online. And I invite you as participants to think about your daughters and your sons, your cousins, or even your students. There's no going around it. They're online, they're connected. but there is going around like their experiences of bullying, being confronted with inappropriate content, shown unattainable and unrealistic ideals. So I think firstly, we need to be able to trust in digital technologies. We really need them to be safe for us. And the second thing that we need for our voices to be heard are legitimate, accessible, and exhaustive platforms. So, of course, for our voices to be even expressed in the first place, everyone, and mostly population in developing countries, as well as women and girls, they need to have access to the internet. This is why I'm really personally satisfied with the ITU's choice because they made the topic of their development conference being connecting the unconnected. So that means that before we can even discuss the right way to use ICTs, we need everyone to be able to use them. Access to the internet for me is pretty much a human right at this point, and we, the youth, cannot accept the inequality of the opportunity caused by unequal access to the internet. But once we connect the unconnected, platforms need to be developed and democratized for the formation, the education, and expression of young people online. And that's kind of what we try to do, and I've been trying to do since high school at the Futurecaster Summit, mostly in 2020. We created a forum for 700 students from all around the world to discuss ICT-related issues together. And in a way, this is kind of what we're doing right now, right here. And it's great to meet other young people and talk about other initiatives on ICTs, and as well as to feel listened by all of you. That's kind of like my third and last point about the tools that we need for our voices to be heard. We just need the right ears to be ready to receive our call. The same way that we're doing right now, we need to reach a fair and dynamic intergenerational dialogue. So I'm currently participating in the organization with ITU of the Generation Connect Youth Summit. It'll take place in Kigali from 2nd of June to June 4th. And I feel like it's good for young people to feel recognized by institutions like we're doing right now. We're called to co-create events, to co-write declarations. So really, for me, what it means is that we need to be creating digital policy by young people, for young people, and that with the support of institutions, which is what we're doing right now.
Wonderful, thank you. And indeed, I mean, I find it particularly important that in this discussion we have yourselves as young people and representatives of young people, and because of course this Digital Education Stakeholder Forum is also taking place in the context of the European Year of Youth, and this is what this initiative is really about. And you're bringing up some excellent points that there are some preconditions that need to exist for digital transformation and digital education to work, so it's not a given. I think we have to work for some of these, and you mentioned trust and legitimacy and the awareness of young people. So how do you think we can build these elements, trust in the systems, legitimacy and awareness?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, really. It's great to have big, great ideas, but now we need concrete implementations, concrete transformations. And I really don't mean to say that youth has got all the solutions. And that's why we need institutions like the European Commission to support us and guide us through all of this. But maybe a few ideas like this that I've read, reading reports trying to draft a declaration for the summit. On the topic of safety and trust, I really believe it starts from the youngest age, and it mostly plays out through education, which is exactly what our forum is about. They're really, all the reports I've read are calling for ICT safety curriculums in primary schooling, like, for example, having talks and workshop in class about the risks, but also the opportunities of being online. As Radostin said, maybe we don't need everything to be taught to ourselves. We need to know how to find the right information, and that's kind of what this training would be all about. We know that children between 1 and 6 can spend up to 4 hours in a day in front of a screen, and that trend is really only progressing. So I think really raising awareness and education, action, prevention has to be taken fast. And about legitimacy and access, I think this can be reached by events just like this one, giving really a political platforms to youth, having institutions, public actors, and major private actors be more present online on social media, for example, would be a great way to facilitate communication and debate with youth. But we can also think about democratic platforms for information, mobilization, and votation. And finally, for awareness and recognition of young voices online, it really only takes us involving us in decision-making processes. And this can be done by using accessible languages, employing young skilled developers, such as my co-panelists, as well as investing in youth-led sustainable projects. It takes ambition and adaptability to change the ways of our institutions. It takes faith in our abilities. And for that, I think that my co-panelists, and we will see as they answer your questions, they're doing a great job at showing how much we can really do online. So I also encourage you, the participants, to think about your own surroundings, your daughters, your sons, your students, and reflect on how they're currently using ICTs for good, and reflect on how you as a policymaker could support that best. Sometimes looking at your own surroundings is the most efficient way to help. And so I'd like to conclude by repeating once again that I think the way is to create digital policies by young people, for young people, with the support of institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anela, for the wonderful remarks. And indeed, it's a process where many different stakeholders are involved, and we can see this today in this forum, that it's the involvement of authorities and institutions and the teachers and students like yourselves. So everyone, this ambition that you were talking about, it has to be really shared ambition. So thank you for these comments. So Francesco, let's go to you now. You work in TechSoup and you represent the voice of young people in Europe and you stand up for their rights. What would you consider to be the rights of young people in the digital world? Anel referred to digital access as almost like a human right. Do you agree with that?
I personally agree. First of all, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm flattered to be among this group of young people, even though I'm stepping out of my youth. I'm in my early 30s, but still there. So yes, I actually agree with what Anel just said, and I think that personally, when we talk about the rights of young people connected to the digital world, we need to start a conversation on what we consider as basic needs of the young generation. So rights such as to education, information, freedom of expression, and play as well are to be considered basic for the young people, and they are all enhanced simultaneously through the digital technology. Therefore, we need to focus the discussion on equal access to digital technology and education. We need to talk about safety and privacy, prevention of violence and exploitation. And we also need to talk about how we engage the parents in all of this. There's a very interesting report published in 2021 by Five Rights Foundation and commissioned by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, which is called Our Rights in the Digital World, that moves its first steps from a consultation with young people conducted in 27 countries in different regions of the world. And one of the main conclusions of this report is how crucial is to balance young people's needs for protection online with their capacity to maximize the opportunities and benefits of connectivity. So I think, yes, we can certainly talk about basic rights or human rights, if you will, when we talk about the digital world and how we want to work on this and that we want to foster and enhance the possibility of young people to access that world.
Let's talk, because you work in the youth organization, TechSoup, and maybe you can give some concrete ideas about what can be done and how can you support digital rights?
Sure. what we are trying to do, for sure. I can say something about that. And I think we need to call on governments and technology providers to enable all children and young people, regardless of their socio-economical status, gender, ability, or geography, to have regular and reliable access to digital technology and connectivity. So we need to advocate to make sure that digital education starts being a priority in the formal education system. We need to equip teachers and educators to be able to train young people on how to use their critical thinking, how to understand opportunities and risks connected to the digital world. So I think we also need to create safe digital spaces for young people where they can inform and express themselves, advocate on issues they care about, and actively participate online. And last but not least, we need to talk to them about responsibility and accountability of the actions taken in the digital environment. I think that we, as representative of civil society, we have a huge role in this too. And we can use digital technology and work to fulfill these needs by finally creating a bridge between formal and non-formal education to support this systemic change. It is definitely one of the things that we are trying to do in TechSoup when we talk about digital education. And me personally, as a program manager of the youth engagement program, all the projects and initiatives that we conduct as this leitmotif, and we need to work on this, understanding that all actors in the society must find their role and have their contribution in this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francesco. Now let's go to Jacob, because you are as well representing an organization which is part of the civil society as the Vice President of the European Student Union. Can you talk maybe about how education can support young voices and this empowerment in the digital age? What is the link there?
Definitely. Hello, everybody are participating in the event today. Hello, Liliana, and thank you for the question. I think Francesco actually answering on the second question summed up part of the issues that education can do on that. But I will try to also cut the topic from a bit of the other side. So as ESO, as a civil society organization, we are representing unions from 45 countries, which are exactly having an impact of the policies of higher education within their own countries, but also are expressing the needs of the youth society. So that's also a very big part of the game, how we are actually conveying the messages into the official processes, which is quite of interesting how it is growing, because the topic of digitalization has been, of course, put a bit on the side before the reality of the pandemic, but currently now it's everywhere. I'm speaking today from the premises of the Council of Europe, which just yesterday has adopted the youth campaign for revitalizing democracy, which one of the priorities also is putting aspect of democracy in the lens of revolution of digitalization and artificial intelligence, for example. So it's also looking, the signs are being given from the institutions level as well. So the pandemic has caused disruption in our education, in our life. We've been seeing that over 2 years. The digital strategies we have only talked way before became at the center of attention naturally. So now we have to use this momentum and actually push this agenda in the education way forward, but in the good way forward, which is also related to the inclusive access to education, which the very standards of accessibility, the internet connection to the devices. And then we are talking about, for example, of what has been said before about the availability of the teachers, of the learners to cope with the technology, to cope with the information flow that is quite different from the traditional learning and teaching provision. We cannot simply translate the learning and teaching from the blackboard in the room towards the digital reality, but this is of course the learning curve, and we are all in that. I'm gonna just give a short remark on the mega trends. We are also talking about the globally raise of the number of people. Of course, the higher education enrollment will be growing in the next 15 years more than 30%. We are also having more international students enrollment growing year to year. So we are actually also talking about the tools that will be allowing for this wide inclusive of the mass education that is needed for our world to become more sustainable place. Right now, for example, higher education in its nature is quite limited comparing to the demand. So it's also the big role to play for digitalization of the sector. So as the organization working in the civil society area, also ESO is focused on the wide education policy in the European higher education area. And we are talking about the digitalization, but starting from the principles of education as we see them, they shall be built upon the approach on the accessibility, quality, and inclusiveness to make it sure it doesn't leave anyone behind, basically, who is willing to educate themselves. Yeah, and very shortly, we can see few main aspects on which areas are most affected or are simply changing, impacted by this digital revolution. We're talking about connectivity. We've seen how during the crisis of pandemic, the communication have been led by the student organizations within the academic community. People were looking for answers. They were stuck in the countries on their mobilities. They were receiving all of those information flow basically using the digital tools. But now are also finding ourselves in a terrible situation situation of the war in Ukraine. It's also another example of how this use of these tools is conveying the information to the needs, but also allowing schools in danger, for example, to organize the online learning provision up to the standards in this terrible situation. So we see how also this digitalization strategy is reflecting the crisis from one to another, which we are living in our reality today. And also, like just the next step, we are also have to talk about the quality of this learning and teaching when we are talking about digital provision. Similarly to the current quality of learning and teaching discourse, we will be very much talking of the quality of learning and teaching of the future of the digital provision and so on. So the needs of the stakeholders, such as students, learners, teachers, have to be very much conveyed into institutional policies, into the strategies of the universities that are providing this learning on the level of institutions. So back to your question initially, all of that cannot be done without the involvement of learners and teachers and everybody who is involved, because simply it's not the involvement that used to be I would say the check mark that do we involve people and that's all. It's actually the learning curve for all of us, for learners, teachers in parallel. It's not like somebody is more experienced in part of this game. So it's one of the examples that we have to all come together and develop the education sector in a better way further. So that would be the remarks on the question, a bit loop around, but I think it summed it up a bit.
No, it's absolutely clear. Thank you very much, Jacob, and thank you for highlighting indeed their challenges and also opportunities linked to digital education and transformation in general. And maybe as a kind of a final question to any of you who would like to really take the floor, or maybe we'll have time to hear from all of you. And you referred to the situation, to the war in Ukraine right now. There is a lot of disinformation that is going on, and I think many of us have encountered it online, and it's shocking. And it's linked to, of course, we talked about media literacy skills. So what can be done there, according to you, and whether it's from the people's perspective, from the educational system perspective, institutions. So anyone who would like to intervene, please go ahead.
I can say something. I perhaps mentioned already in one of my answers the need that we have to train young people and to accompany them when it comes to use their critical thinking. I think part of this is also about being able to identify, detect fake news and how we do this, how we report this. But I think that another part potentially of this is also how the governments are in some way acting in order to avoid this from happening. A very sensitive topic, and I think we can open it today, but we will never close it. It's how we can control the flow of information on internet and social media. Perhaps is there actually a control to be done there, and how? I think that's the main thing here. But we need to understand that this is not from now, and it's already kind of spread from many years already, and how certain countries and certain group of people are using internet and social media for their own purposes. I think it's important to understand how we act in order to prevent this. And here as well, I see that probably a combined effort from different social actors and institutional ones could be an answer.
Great, thank you very much. Francesco, anyone else? Do you have anything that you want to say on this thing about media literacy and disinformation?
Oh, I agree with Francesco, and just something to add up from my own area of research. We have now the tools to combat fake news and disinformation. Just as an example, from the research standpoint, there are currently a lot sophisticated, for example, artificial intelligence solutions which can identify and prevent the spread of fake news online. It just requires political will and the right way to implement them in practice by the institutions.
Thank you, Radostin. Jacob, I think you wanted to say something as well.
Yes, before I wanted to relate that indeed the use of the social media as a tool for disinformation, it's a long story. It's not even it's not even related to in my opinion, it's not even related to the tool itself. Of course, the multiplication which was brought by the wide implementation of these tools have multiplied it very, very high. But the core sense of the disinformation, where it is coming from, it's also rooted deep down in the democratic processes within the countries, within the access to the education, with the transparency of civil society condition, how this transparency is being like taught from the very early stage of our societies. We are seeing that the weaker democracies we are having, there is a bigger potential of this interference when it comes to spreading the news and how actually we are reacting to that. And of course, education for this data literacy, to just have this to teach people to establish this mechanism within each of us to be able to distribute the fake news from the reality is of course the very big challenge for the upcoming years as a societal mission in a wider scope. It's not only related to the digital revolution, but I think it's a next step of the condition of our democracies, how we are coping with these issues. So AI of course can be helpful, but on the other hand there are threats coming from algorithms that are for example also a threat towards defining, towards like assessing the certain profiles, the certain figures when it comes to the personality, the personal affection, yeah, when it comes to the affecting the personal space and so on and so on. So it also has to be dangerously taken into account, and then transparency agreed. I think we will be having this discourse till our late years of our lives, but we will now are into it and living with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. And you talked about democracy, and indeed digitalization also can contribute to democracy, and as well it can pose some challenges. So can we talk just also, anyone who would like to take the stage on the how young people can be empowered to participate more in democratic processes in this digital age? Anel, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, it's really a big point of what I've been working on since high school. It's kind of how can we use ICT technologies and use them as political platforms. The risk of fake news is huge, and as we've just mentioned, how can we build safe platforms for young people to express themselves? I mean, that's the whole question. That's why we need to involve young people in this decision making. I think there's no more going around these platforms. We need platforms for safe information, participation, and even votation. That could be something that's going to be explored in the next few years. So building platforms, I think, is a huge factor to have young people empowered online, and also having the right ears to be listened to for our voices online, such as institutions, for having them ready for our voices, for our arguments, I think is a crucial point as well.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, I mean, for instance, in the European Commission and actually across in the EU institutions, in the Conference on the Future of Europe, we have used such a platform, which is a multilingual platform, which allowed citizens from across Europe to give their ideas and to express their opinions about the future of Europe. And we can see that this kind of tool, a resource, can really help in this dialogue with citizens, and that the institutions are more closer to the citizens, and that we hear them and take their considerations in policy making. Anyone else wants to chip in? Jacob, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or Francesco? And if not, that's okay as well. So let's move to the final questions because we are almost running out of time. So this, I just want to hear your thoughts again, finally, on this inclusion. Inclusion, as you know, it's a big objective of the European Year of Youth, where we want to not only put young people in the spotlight, but really create more opportunities and engage also young people with fewer opportunities. And in the digital space, we talk about this digital gap and the potential threat of having a digital divide. So how do you think, what needs to be done so that these digital schools, these digital tools are available to everyone, that young children have access to the infrastructure, to the materials, so they can really progress on an equal footing? Any thoughts on that?
That's definitely a very good question. Also, we have seen in many fields, and especially in this one, probably a tendency to centralize this kind of activities and this kind of initiatives in the area, in the regions, or in the cities, metropolitan area, perhaps, where there's already a good degree of development. But I think it's very important, especially when we talk about the digital world, since if there is one advantage connected to connectivity and digitalization, is that it can be implemented almost everywhere, really, where there is a minimum infrastructure. I think we need to focus more on rural areas. We need to focus more on small centers. And this is actually what we as TechSoup are trying to do, perhaps with our Meet and Code initiative, which is a 5 years project that is already going on. And we reached, in the last year, we managed to cover 35 countries in Europe and engaging 40,000 kids every year. And this is actually our focus. We try to reach rural communities. So we really focus on equal access to this kind of initiatives. And we do this both in terms of geographical scope, but also in terms of gender balance, which is another issue that I think we need to we might need to discuss a little bit further, like gender balance when it comes to professions and careers in employment. It's something that it's still not there, and I think we need to create the basis for this to happen in the future, and this starts now from giving and promoting these opportunities regardless of a lot of limitation and constraints that we sometimes usually do.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Anyone else wants to share any thoughts on the inclusion dimension?
Yeah, that was Francesco. I can just go into this a bit from the two sides of education perspective, at least from higher education, because that's what we are focusing most. But considering, of course, the lifelong learning reality that currently the generations are requested because of such a fast pace of the societal development, the generations to come will be actually probably going back to the higher education, to the education institutions to actually cope with this fast pace of education there. And starting from what Francesco was saying about the infrastructure in itself, even within the EU, that we are talking about the context of the European Union, we are having countries with the internet coverage of 97%, and we have some countries with the coverage of 57 plus, I think, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what the numbers I've been checking, I think, a few months ago. So even within the EU, we are talking about the very big digital gap. Then what we are talking about here is an existence of the European higher education area when we are going broader. But the general idea linked to the topics we've been talking before, without the fake news about the globalization caused by the technology, is also the global problem in here. So we also have to embed this very much into the strategies of how we are actually do not want to be disconnected in this sense of digital reality education and coping with that in a sustainable way. But the second part of it is, of course, quite positive, because the access of education can be very much enhanced to those who never had a chance to have at least the certain provision of education when it comes to study, when it comes to going into mobilities. For example, the fantastic program of Erasmus is there, but it's still quite limited because, of course, it's not possible to physically yet send to allow a lot of people like to go into a broad experience, which is also enhancing the democratical understanding of our continent, of our relations between the countries. So at least some, not a replacement, because ESU is very much strongly dividing the physical mobility from the digital experience of internationalization at home. That's very, very important for us. But like opening this possibility, for example, for international aspects to gaining these international competences is something very much we are looking forward to this development in the digital space as well, but to not replace, of course, the physical mobility, and one should not suffer from another. So in a sustainable way, to giving these opportunities is a way forward also to boost inclusion in this international scope, in this international possibilities for people in the future.
Indeed. Thank you very much. And yes, it goes back to what the keynote speaker this morning, Pertu, said, that technology does not solve all the problems. So we also do need these human skills that he was talking about. So that I'm just reminded of this kind of discussion as well. So I would like to wrap up here and thank you very much, dear panelists, for this wonderful conversation and sharing your insights and very personal experiences. We heard really the voice of young people, and Francesco, don't worry about it, and also the not so young, where I put myself as well. But it's important that there is this participation and continuous dialogue. So you've talked about, the digital rights, and we heard about access and inclusion. We talked about role models and even gender equality in this digital sphere, the digital gap, and addressing media literacy and disinformation, and about the role of digital tools in even democracy and participation. So I think as a learning point, I think the solutions are in this kind of dialogue and hearing all sides concerned, especially young people who this discussion about the digital education really impacts them concretely, but also involving youth organizations and really all the different stakeholders involved. So I would like to thank all of you, also dear participants, for taking part in this panel, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed for that fascinating insight. And all I would say, following on from there, thank you to your panelists as well. And if the task of making sure that people are empowered, knowledgeable and confident in the 21st century is in the hands of the caliber of panelists we've just heard, I think we're in pretty safe hands. So well done. Thank you very much indeed. So we're now going to split into 3 parallel blocks for the afternoon, starting shortly and running until 17:15 Central European time. Now, each of the 3 blocks has a theme. Block 1 is called High Performing Digital Education Ecosystems. Block 2 is called Digital Skills and Competences for the Digital Transition. And Block 3 is called Cooperation for High Quality Digital Education. Now, Blocks 2 and 3 will be divided into 3 45-minute sessions. And Block 1 is actually in 4 segments, but will also still end at 17:15. Have a look at the program online as well, and it will be clear. And if you're a pre-registered participant, you will have probably also already selected the panels that you want to listen into. So there are 10 sessions in all this afternoon, and they cover everything from supporting teachers for digital transformation through a vision for European education technology, to fighting disinformation, and an awful lot more besides. And don't forget, you can also use that Ask Me Anything button, which is available throughout this afternoon during the panel sessions as well. The team are there to help you and to answer your questions. There will be short breaks between each of the sessions, so fear not. And then we return together at 17:25 for a keynote speech by the European Commission Executive Vice President, Margrethe Vestager. So please enjoy this afternoon's sessions. Keep tweeting using those hashtags, because we will return to your thoughts later in the day, and participate as best as you can. Enjoy them, and we will see you a little later.
each. So you have 1 minute. What do you retain from this panel, from these conversations that you had? Maybe Milena, you want to start?
I can try. We see the future in the area of digital education and digital skills in joint work and cooperation between the Western Balkan economies, and region has already shown that can work together and deliver after the introduction of Rome like at home model on 1st July 2021. We as RCC assist Western Balkan economies and work together with them in order to deliver more in other areas. And what is also very much important is the cooperation and peer-to-peer learning between the region and the EU in order to bring the Western Balkans closer to the EU single market, align with the EU acquis and become the part of the EU family.
Thank you very much.
Maybe it was too general, but
no, but it's that's a very good one. Charles, what about you? What's your main message for today?
Well, what I did understand is that digital education is really very important all over the world, and we need to cooperate. We need to build some kind of continental strategy, country-to-country strategy, institutional strategies. The digital education is for Africa the future of education. We cannot afford any kind of presential education in presential as we get to do it from now. So for me, it should be, we should think about a project in Africa, a program in Africa at the level of African Union about digital education. It is not a question only about one country, one university. We need to work together to launch digital education in Africa. And I believe we can do that.
Thank you very much. Alessandro.
Well, I would like to quote Mandela to close this panel session, because he said that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. So my message, my takeaway message is really to join energy, tools, and intelligence with a pan-European vision for high-quality digital education, to make the current digital decade a turning point, to offer access to high-quality education for all the young generations that deserve a better future. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much. Well, okay, we have reached the end. Thank you very much for your presence, your ideas, your examples. I enjoyed very much our conversation, and I hope that our audience enjoyed it as well. So thank you very much, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had an extremely interesting afternoon. I certainly was listening to as much of those sessions as I could do, and we all learnt together an awful lot. Indeed, I hope we've been informed and inspired and made some new connections as well. There was so much information there. And of course, you can go back and look at the resources page and see lots more information too. So, and thank you so much for contributing and taking part. We really, really appreciate it. 18 months ago, when the European Commission adopted the strategic proposal on Digital Education Action Plan, our next distinguished speaker, the European Commission Executive Vice President, spoke about that strategy with huge enthusiasm. She began a speech at the time quoting a teacher who said, and I quote, "Digital education should no longer be viewed as an island on its own, but rather considered as an integral part of all education and training." Hear, hear. I know that's very much the spirit in which she joins us today. So it now gives me enormous pleasure to introduce Executive Vice President Margarete Vestager. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be with you today because now more than ever, it's important to unite our forces. To quote one of Europe's greatest educators, Dr. Maria Montessori, education is the best argument for peace. We're living in terrible times, a time of war, a war led against democracy, freedom, humanity, are the very core values of Europe. We see tanks and planes and rockets. We see people being killed, fleeing from their homes. And beyond the borders of Ukraine, we see another war, a war that knows no border, the war of disinformation. This is a digital war that has concrete targets to weaken our resolve to support Ukrainian refugees, determine panic buying of basic foodstuff, disinform people about the war that happens. And this is just one example to illustrate why we need to act on two fronts. First, to make platforms responsible, and second, make sure that every citizen has the tool to live, to judge, to decide and act in a digitized world, without, of course, falling victim to fake news, to disinformation campaigns, or to isolation. Every child in the European Union must be educated in this regard. And let me also underline that we will not leave the Ukrainian refugee child that comes here behind. We have been working on a number of measures to support their education in these really, really rough times, including through digital means, which has been discussed, and tomorrow it will be adopted by the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your commitment to digital education. We have chosen to make education the first principle in the European pillar of social rights. And this is only natural, as education ensures healthy, thriving democracies, citizens with integrity, citizens that are empowered. The President von der Leyen's Union address called for a leader's intention and a structured dialogue at top level when it comes to digital education and skills. At the European Council in October last year, member state leaders, they stressed our common objective that Europe's digital transformation drives economic growth, job creation, competitiveness, they underlined the need to focus on digital education and skills as a foundation for our digital transition. Because as you know as well as I do, young people do not sort of naturally becomes digitally competent just because they're born in a digital world. According to the 2018 International Computer and Information Literacy Study, the Commission published that, so you can find it online. In here, there was a look on 8th graders. When they were tested, it turned out that 1/3 performed below the threshold for basic digital skills. In 9 out of the 14 member states that participated in this study, well, more than 1/3 of the pupils, they scored below the threshold for underachievements in digital competences. The thing is, we cannot achieve our goals without mastering the technology. Some may think that education is soft, but here we have a really hard strategic barrier for us to be successful in what we want to achieve. Skills, expertise. They empower the competent citizen. Now, not even 60% of adults in the European Union would have basic digital skills. Our ambition is to increase this to 80% by 2030, but basic digital skills will not do it. Today, we are give and take 8 million digital experts, and don't count me in, here in Europe. By 2030, we think that 20 million would be what we need. If we do nothing, we'll get to 12 million. But the difference between 12 and 20 is a big difference. It's a strategic difference. And this is why we need to act. We need a large-scale, broad-based transformation in digital education and skills. And I know you have been discussing this today. The labor market is changing. Businesses are asking for new competences, for new skills. Public sector is the same. They need people who are capable of doing something that was not even in demand 5 or 10 years ago. And the pandemic has accelerated this in every sector. It's not just developing, no, it's accelerating. Now we see people, when they do the repair of engines, well, they would use virtual reality tools. They would do augmented reality in order to get it right. In detecting and curing cancer, we see how artificial intelligence can play a very important role. So what we're trying to do to address this really hard strategic issue that we have ahead of us in common is the structured dialogue on digital education skills. We invited all member states to join us. And in the Commission, within the Commission, we have joined forces. We've combined the expertise of different commissioners, of different services to tackle the challenges so that we do it with an all-Commission approach. And we encourage national governments to do the same, to discuss this and to take action on this with an all-government approach. I was the Minister of Education in the last millennium, so I think I can say that without insulting anyone. It's not just for ministers of education. It's for ministers of agriculture, of energy, of transport, and of course, the prime ministers, the heads of state and government. It is for all of government to make sure that we get this right. And none of it will happen without reform and investment. The Common Resilience and Recovery Facility is designed for this, to enable us to have the necessary funding. So far, some 26 billion euros have been allocated to digital skills in the national recovery plans that we have approved so far. But money will not be enough. Member states, together with stakeholders, will need to reflect on what is being learned, what should be learned, and of course to try to push ourselves to change our mindset, to embrace a reform agenda that reaches every classroom, every boardroom, every shop floor, every business. And that, of course, means partnership, coming together. And not just one kind of partnership. No, a lattice work of cooperation, intricate, well done, nuanced, between government and private sector, across government departments, between different levels, engaging also the civic society, the NGOs. Every stakeholder can play a role in order to make sure that no matter what you do, when it comes to digital, you feel empowered. Because mastering technology is what enables us to create societies that are more human. The goal is not to make the society more digital. The goal is to make the society more human. And in order to do that, we need digital tools, which is why mastering them is a key. That empowerment is key. Thank you very much for the insights that you have given us today. This is one of hopefully many dialogues to follow. But the important thing, and I hope this is what you got from this day, it is the encouragement to take action, to create networks, to provide insights for others, to have the ripple effect, so that we can create a society that is better for humans with all the digital tools that we have available. Thank you very much.
Madam Executive Vice President Vestager, thank you so much for those inspirational and absolutely heartfelt words of encouragement, and absolutely summing up the mood of today that we are all going to take away, I'm sure. So thank you so much for your time. In a moment, we're going to be hearing more of your social media posts. So let's take a look. You've been engaging with the hashtags that we were suggesting, which is absolutely great. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm going to just have a look and see what we've got for you. All Digital has been tweeting. Thank you very much for that, setting out the skills, attitudes and help that education needs in the digital technology era. Thank you very much for that. We were looking at the challenges. That's all very nicely summed up there. Victor has also tweeted saying that we now need to continue this multi-stakeholder approach, and that's very much what we've been looking at today, isn't it, on a permanent basis to achieve our digital goals across Europe and for everyone. That totally sums up what we've been talking about today. Let's have a look and see some more. So what else have we got here? Some nice pictures. Great to include these pictures as well in the tweets. So thank you very much for that. We have one there talking about the Digital Education Hub as being the flagship of the initiative of the Digital Education Action Plan. Thank you so much for that. Talking about Anuska's session there. We'll have to overcome fragmentation in digital education and avoid silos between education policy and practice. That was the message that tweeter took away from that session. And we can also look at another one from ETUCE, which is the European Trade Union Committee for Education. Really important to have all of you stakeholders involved, so thank you for doing that. How can we support teachers for digital education? Very important to make sure that the educators know how to teach digital as well, and that's definitely listed there. So thank you so much for that contribution. Let's look at what else we have. So also from EU Digital Education, they presented today during the Digital Education Forum. European EdTech shares the vision for a stronger sector in the European Union. Great to see that. Love that photograph as well. Very encouraging and uplifting. Not so sure about the photo in the next one, certainly one a bit on the left, but lovely to see Kelly there who joined us from Greece. Was extremely inspiring, talking about the Girls Go Circular project. And there she says, they say a huge thanks to Kelly for sharing her experience. She absolutely did. She was very inspiring and talking about role models. I suspect she may become a role model as well for some people who want to follow that particular program as well. So thank you very much to her. I think we have a couple more slides to have a look at as well. Thank you so much for engaging in this way. It really makes it worthwhile, and you can keep doing this because the hashtags will still be there. You can keep talking to each other. So we have a quote there from DigiGen. We, the youth, cannot accept the inequality of access to digital technologies. That's a quote from that session there, and absolutely. So that's very much what today was all about, advocating for equality of access to the digital technologies across the whole of Europe and indeed, of course, beyond. But that's very much part of the Digital Education Action Plan. So thank you for drawing that to our attention. And Carl talks about debunking of disinformation is in a big part debunking visuals. The absolutely crucial point is important to learn to understand how the drama of video clips are used to spread disinformation. Obviously, we live in times where such thoughts are extremely important, and it seems to me that as we move forward with digital education, certainly that is something that people will become much more sensitive to and aware of. So an extremely important point to draw out there from Carl. And I think we have one final slide. Well, that's a fun one, isn't it? So to sum up, Digital Ed Forum, cooperation everywhere. I very much hope that that's certainly one of the key messages that you've taken away from today, that you will take away from today. And you will continue to share your thoughts with us, with each other, and hopefully you have connected as well with many more people, learned a lot. I certainly feel I've learned a huge amount today, and I hope you have too. Thanks for taking part in that conversation. We really appreciate it. So finally, our concluding words come from the Deputy Director General of the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, Vivian Hoffman. She's going to reflect on today's forum as we continue together, as we were saying, to appreciate that digital education really does play an absolutely crucial role in equipping all of us EU citizens with the skills that we need to thrive. And I think that's what we've learned today. Vivian Hoffman, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now concluding today's first Digital Education Stakeholder Forum, a valuable opportunity to discuss the implementation of the Digital Education Action Plan and look at the future of digital education and training in Europe. We have covered many important topics. We have discussed about key enablers for digital education in Europe, seeking the views of political leaders from the EU and from the member states. We have discussed societal issues which education needs to address, namely disinformation, digital literacy, and how to understand and use artificial intelligence and data. We have followed one of the first discussions of the Digital Education Hub and the launch of a vision document from the European education technology sector. All these discussions have confirmed that we need to work ahead towards inclusive and high-quality digital transformation in education, and that we need a strong and effective digital education community to help everybody acquire digital skills. This is fundamental in order to achieve the European education area and to ensure that less young people underachieve in digital competencies and that the vast majority of all Europeans have at least basic digital skills. Ultimately, this is part of what we can do to build a fair future for young people, and resetting education and training for the digital age, of course, doesn't happen overnight. No, it takes time and it takes energy and determination from all of us together. We have many tasks ahead of us together with our committed partners in Europe's growing digital education community. We have listened to leading policymakers, academics, practitioners, the civil society, the business sector. We have learned from frontline actors how they use digital technologies, and where the challenges and opportunities lie to bring innovation into every European classroom or home. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to have all of you on board. It is only when we work together that we can make use of all our tools and to make sure that all our tools are really, truly helpful. And I would just briefly refer here to tools like Selfie and Selfie for teachers in this regard. And it is only when we work together that we can make sure that frameworks on digital competencies and our upcoming guidelines for teachers and educators bring added value. And that Erasmus Plus continues to change lives in the age of digital transformation. To conclude, digital tools have the power to connect. IT skills should empower the individual. And ultimately, this is what matters, empowering people with the help of inclusive and high quality digital education to make the best of what the digital transformation has to offer. Thank you very much again for your valuable contributions.
Deputy Director General Hoffman, thank you so much for those concluding words. It just remains for me now to thank everybody, all our distinguished speakers, all our panelists and moderators, all the forum organizers, but most of all of you for being here with us and making this a totally interactive session all of today. I hope we have all learnt, linked, and got to know a lot more about all the different programs and feel much more enriched to continue working with them. Thanks for your tweets. Thanks for participating in that. Keep tweeting to each other. Keep connecting with each other. That would be absolutely great. If you're a registered participant, you'll get a feedback form. We'd be really grateful if you'd fill that in when you have a moment. It's very useful for us all. Just remains for me to say one final big thank you. See you next time. Goodbye.